Haha, professional streamer. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another absolutely wild, absolutely wild, um, just wow, absolutely unfathomable, quite frankly, uh, preview season for Final Fantasy. The Final Fantasy preview season has officially begun. Far earlier than normal. Far earlier than normal. Um, I don't know what to make of that, but yeah, this is a new. The set is a big deal. That is true. The set is a very big deal, but I did not know that it was such a big deal that preview season that's not even just preview season would start early, but that the commander decks, which are typically reserved to the final weekend, like final 4 days or final 2 days even, or final day of the preview season, is all out now. We didn't even get to see a singular or multiple YouTube channel covering the decks, right? No Command Zone, no MTG Mudsta, no new faces, no one. They just dropped. Finally, because of 14 days is Final Fantasy 14 thing. True, right? Yes. I have heard that reference with Final Fantasy. Yep. Indeed. So yeah, I'll just say it right now, chat. I have no idea who any of these people are gonna be. I have only played Final Fantasy 12. And like the games in the Evilus Alliance realm, so like Tactics. There was another 12 game on the Game Boy DS, a Nintendo DS, that was like Revenant Wings. Oh god, Revenant Wings was so good. So yeah, I know 12, and everything else I don't really know. I played 4 up until the point where you get to the moon, and then I was level capped against the moon spirit up there and just couldn't progress forward, so that sucked. And I played 13 up to the point where it becomes open world, right? So like I did the final hallways 13 as it was memed on at the time until it became actual open world, but by then I had just lost care. I just stopped. I was just uninterested in what was going on. So that's right near the end for 4. Yeah, I just got level capped. I don't know. I just wasn't strong enough to beat that went the moon spirit saloon or something. You should play Tactics Advanced. Oh, I played Tactics Advanced. I played all the Tactics Advanced, Tactics A2. Like I did all of that. The Evilus Alliance games are the ones I played. Those I played. To be fair, 13 was a weird one. Cool characters, but I don't blame you. Yeah, it's just something that didn't connect with me very well. I mean, hey, it was right after 12, so I was like pretty excited to kind of have a Final Fantasy game, but like the storyline, and honestly, like the l'Cie and Pulse l'Cie and the differences or similarities between them, just like for some reason that part of the story just like did not gel with like how I guess accept and understand stories. I guess I don't know. But either way, that is my past with Final Fantasy. I have only played 4, apparently close to the end, all the way through 12 and the 12 surrounding games, so I love them. And then the first half of 13. So that's it. I've not played a single. I haven't played 7. I haven't played 10 or 10-2. I haven't played any of the remakes, remasters, none of it. That being said, chat, I'm gonna need your help, especially you, Mia Byte. I don't know who these characters are, right? This will be the first Magic the Gathering set where I'm not gonna have pretty much any like emotional reaction to just about anything that's largely going on, if that makes sense, right? Like I've just never played any of these things, right? So I'm going to heavily rely on you all to tell me, hey, like, yeah, this flavor is on point, or like, nah, not really. Like, it's not really. This ain't it. Because I have no idea. I don't have the ability to go like, oh yeah, this is a reference to the part in the game where this happened, or so on and so forth. I'll just be like, yeah, okay. I guess Cloud shoots a Kamehameha. I guess that's just like what happened. I have seen Advent Children, so I think that's pretty much all I need to see of 7, right? I think that's basically answers it all. Well, the story of Final Fantasy X is essentially an isekai. Young Blitzball celebrity Tidus gets transported forward through time to a post-apocalyptic Spira. Okay. No, Sabin's the one who shoots Kamehameha. Okay, perfect. Got it. Got it, right. He finds out that a huge whale-like being is destroying the land, and the only thing that can temporarily stop it is the calm brought on by summoners going on a pilgrimage. She joins Yuna as one of their guardians to do this. Okay, got it. So Yuna seems to be an important person. And this is the Tidus guy here, I see. Yeah. So I mean, let's start this up. Let's begin. Let me do this really fast, and this really fast, and then we'll. So what I have, I mean, like I have the you know, I have the. Okay. So I have the precons here, obviously, as you can see, and there are a lot of precon-ism going on right here, like a lot. And it's Jesus, like it's just so much. It's just so much. It's gonna be a big whale monster thing. Oh, is that Sin Vola? We saw that there's already a Sin. It's like a Sultai Sin card. Is that the big giant whale? Yuna's primary skill is getting kidnapped. Okay, so like Resident Evil 2, yeah? Is that basically the reference here? The art on the precons is unreal. New cards and reprints absolutely stunning. Yeah, they've done a lot here to bring the Final Fantasy set to life in just outrageously huge ways. So what we're gonna do, chat, is what we normally do, which is boom, go. Not that part. This one. We're gonna go over each of the brand new cards first, right? So first we'll go over the brand new cards one at a time, so we don't get too caught with like what the reprints are. And then we'll kind of like take the whole deck as a whole. Okay, so yeah, we're kind of gonna go over Tidus right here and help me figure out like what we're supposed to feel with this with each of these cards. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Do you want to avoid spoilers? No, I don't care about the spoilers for these games. I need to, just like Magic, right, where there's like, listen, there's not really any story by the time the set comes out. I know it all. I need to know this all too. Because yeah, I don't mind. I'm not going to play these games. Not because these games are bad. It's just because I'm not someone who necessarily goes back and plays games very often. There's literally spoilers in the card text. We can't. Yeah. Exactly. Also that too. I need to know when these cards are on point. Okay. And then also, chat, we're going to do the help me find cards that, like, cards that already exist in Magic that go with say Tidus, right? So first we want to explain. We're going to explain what Tidus does as we look at the abilities, and then we're going to point out 3 cards for each of these, whether they're like commanders that like if it's just like a rare or a card that goes in the 99. I want to know what decks we would put them in that already exist in Magic, and then if they are commanders like Tidus here, what are cards that already exist that will be perfect for them. There's sorry if you don't want, yeah, no, forget it, chat's gonna have to deal with it. So his deal is that he's a warrior, but initially he's like an underwater football star. Blitzball is underwater. Okay, did not know that. So that's step 1. Tidus, Yuna's Guardian. Green, white, and blue. 3/3 legendary creature, human warrior. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may remove a counter from target creature you control onto a second creature you control. Okay, so they have to be 2 separate creatures. And then Sheer, whenever 1 or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. Okay, combat on our turn, so that's good to know. Only combat on our turn. Move a counter from a creature we control to a second one, so you can't put them on the same creatures. You gotta have at least 2 creatures. And then whenever 1 or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to the player, draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. That's wild. Okay. They hold their breath real good. Is that Tidus's main thing? Is breath holding. Blitzball is a fully underwater, and players are completely submerged. Unaided? Unaided? What, do they have to swim back to the surface in order to breathe? How is that? What? Huh? That doesn't make any sense. That seems unwise. They just hold their breath? Oh my gosh. Hi, Chris. They hold their breath that long while playing sports? Okay. Okay, so that's Tidus. Alright, so what I'm learning from Tidus is that he... Let me make notes right here. Okay. Card. Lore 1. Okay, what I'm learning from Tidus is that he breathes, can hold breath for 10 mins. Okay. So Tidus is really good at holding his breath underwater for 10 minutes straight. Which, you know, can be pretty useful in the day-to-day, you know, depending on if you're a kind lover. Am I Twitch? Yes. Yeah, we're currently live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. Tidus is going to be good in the Traxa. Oh, God. Ah! Oh, yeah, no, that's right. In the Isekai game with Ghost and Magic Murder Noodle, Blitzball is the wildest part. That is the weirdest part. Maybe the water is oxygenated or something. Who knows? Who knows? He comes from a city called Zanarkand, and it's attacked by Sin. That's how he gets Isekai into the future. So he's from the past, and then he gets sent to the future where things are bad, and he can try to save it from being bad. Vivi Ornator? Who's Vivi? Okay, hold on. So let's look at Tidus here. Okay, so proliferate, Vant proliferation, right? What magic cards that already exist are pretty good with like Tidus? Like what are we immediately adding to a Tidus deck that might not already be there, that already exists in Magic? Oh, Denry. Yep. Yeah, I can even without looking at the set, we can definitely guarantee that Denry, Clen, Editor-in-Chief is not in the set, right? Although he is a cat advisor, so maybe he would be. That actually might, you know, maybe. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, Denry Clan. Okay, what else? What else? Anything with divinity? Oh, divinity counters. Yeah, wait. Hold on, divinity count. Hold on. I like divinity counters. Wait a minute. That's hot. Hold on. What has divinity counters? What's like the best divinity counter guy? Chris from TikTok has arrived. Thank you very much, Playvision. Myojin, which is like the best Myojin? Like the #1 Myojin for this right here. And thank you very much. I don't know where my sound system is. I don't know why it's off currently, but we'll fix that. There we go. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. Appreciate you. So we have Denry Klin as a step 1 for being a pretty heckin' good card here. Where'd you go? The Myojin. Which Myojin? Where you're from? Probably not probably Blooming Dawn. No. Cryptic Dreams? Probably Life's Web, right? Remove a divinity counter, put any number of creature cards from your hand into play. It's probably that one, right? Or would it be like Myojin of Seeing Winds? Which is like the #1 that we're doing here. Resolving Life's Web multiple times is not useful, but resolving it once could win you the game. Right? Resolving it once is already huge. But I'd say that Seeing Winds is probably like the better one here. Oh yeah. There we go. Denry, yeah, Denry is ooh, there we go. Sorry, I lost track of that. Denry's a sick one. I need the lore blurbs. I'm putting the lore blurbs on the screen. Can hold breath for a long time. That's the #1 thing I need to learn about Tidus. Is that he got that breath on him. That breathing technique. He can go down for hours. Got it. Why not both? That is both. But right now I'm trying to find examples of just like, hey, you know, like if you're trying to like, this is like a straight up upgrade immediately for Tidus, right? Denry Klin, Editor-in-Chief, is a pretty good example of like a good card that you'd want to put in, right? Because it's like a guy that once Tidus puts 1 counter on Denry, now every creature that comes in will get these counters, right? Which is what Tidus is definitely messing around with. Myojin of Seeing Winds is a pretty good example of like, hey, there's certain counters in Magic that go pretty sicko mode, especially when you can proliferate them. And Myojin of Seeing Winds is like the #1 tech for putting in Tidus here. Are you doing lore-based deck building? No. I think that I don't know enough about the lore. As of yet, so I don't believe I'd be able to do lore-based deck building quite yet. Branching Evolution and doubling season effect for Proliferate? Yes. I think that is definitely true, and I think, but doubling counters might already be in the deck in some way, shape, or form. So I want to find just like one more more unique and different thing that you can do in Magic, that probably isn't in the precon already. Myojin just seems so expensive for what it is. That one bristleback creature from Outlaws that puts counters on creatures equal to counters on it. Oh, bristleback Bristly Bill? Ezri? Ooh, I like. No, not just Ezri. Oh yeah, whenever you proliferate, draw a card. Yes. Although, hold on. Well, no. If with Ezri, Stalker of the Spheres, which is whenever you proliferate, draw a card, we would only draw one card. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. Do this only once each turn, right? So like proliferate is just choose all your counters at once and then put them on another time, which is like it would only Ezri would only make you draw one card. So something slightly more than that. No, that's only my bad. It was Devour one. Oh yeah. What's something pretty unique for adding counters? Oh, Tekkathal. Thank you. I think actually that's pretty good. I think Tekkathal's a pretty good example of kind of what I'm trying to point out here, right? So, boom, Tekkathal, right? It's like if you would proliferate twice instead. That's something that we won't probably see in any sort of precon, because proliferating is already a pretty unique mechanic by itself, but being able to say, hey, I know Tidus only makes you trigger this proliferate once a turn, but now you trigger it a second time, that's going to be pretty awesome. And if you put any other proliferates in your deck, Tekkathal will be there to double up on it. Random but Gift for the Viper is one of your favorite instances with counters. Which one is that one? It sounds like plus and counters. It sounds like a Snakeskin. Important to know about Tidus, his dad went missing 10 years prior to the beginning of the game. His dad was also a Blitzball celebrity and emotionally abusive when it came to Tidus. Very man's man kind of guy. Does he arise and slay his father? Does his father become the evil villain at the... Is his father Sin? Wait, what? He got Isekai 10 years prior? That's crazy. Only costs 4/2? Yeah, you can literally go Tidus into Tekkathal and to start smacking people and be pretty up there. I mean, technically, yes. Wait, what? What do you mean, technically, yes? His father does become... What? Wow, alright. Sin is jacked. Okay, well, perfect. Alright, see? Chat, listen, we're doing spoilers. I already figured out the entire game. Yeah, I've seen enough anime. Yeah, they call me the anime master over here. I've already seen enough isekai. Don't even have to play the games. Just that good. True. I don't even have to play 10. Sick. Dope. Alright. So, I don't even have to play the game anymore. Crazy. 10-2 has a nice wrap-up if you rank out. So 10-2 is... like a full-on sequel to a Final Fantasy game, right? Because like that's not normal, from what I understand. They don't really like sequelize their games, except for 13, 13.1, 13.2, 13.3. It was the first Final Fantasy sequel. Gotcha. Sin is like a title that's passed on, right? Oh. Moving the Ocean Divinity Counters is a great idea. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. Okay, so chat, we're gonna do the thing, because we're gonna move on from Tidus. We're gonna go on to the next ones, because we wanna talk about each individual brand new card from these decks. If they're commanders, cards that would go into any deck that that Tidus is gonna want, right? And then if they're just kind of like cards that go in the 99, I want to point out commanders that would be benefited from this card, okay? And this is all part of, how we do, where we take clips from the stream and then turn it into, clips that go up on the internet later. So, that's what we're going to do right now. So, okay. And then I click this button here. All right. If you're looking for the number 1 cards to put into Tidus, then you're going to want to go no further than Denry Klin. Denry Klin is fantastic because you're going to be able to put counters that are already on your creatures with Tidus, right? Bring them over to Denry, and then now every single card that comes after Denry is going to have all of the counters that Tidus just moved on to him, right? So +1/+1 counters, vigilance counters, whatever it is, you can move that counter from somewhere else to Denry, and then now the whole board comes in with them. What's the next one that we did? It was fucking oh my gosh, yeah. And the coolest counters in Magic, I think that you can put on anything, is going to be the divinity counters from like the Meosians, right? So Meosian of Seeing Winds, remove a divinity counter, draw as many cards equal to the amount of permanents you control. Chat, we know that this is going to be pretty freaking sweet because by the time Meosian comes out, it's already a 10-drop creature, right? This Meosian's extremely expensive, but if you swing, be able to proliferate the Meosian of Seeing Winds divinity counter and then remove that extra divinity counter, you're going to draw a bunch of cards. Then once you go into the other Meosians, like the red one, or sorry, the green one and the white one, that's how you're going to finish the game out. So no matter how late the game goes, once you start putting out these 10-drop creatures, you're going to definitely finish the game from then on. And then lastly, Proliferate's a pretty unique mechanic. We actually don't have too many cards in Magic that let you benefit from proliferating, and Tidus's limitation is that he can only proliferate once when you do his ability. So a card like Tekkathal, Inquiry Dominus, allows you to proliferate multiple times. Anytime you proliferate once with Tidus, you actually do it twice. And if you have other proliferate cards in your deck, again, Tekkathal will trigger again and again. So Tekkathal will keep on letting you do everything Tidus wants to do over and over and over again. So these are the 3 main upgrades I would put in any Tidus Unis Guardian deck. And boom, there we go, see? Flipped over my words, but we got it. Odric for redundancy would be great. Wait, Odric? What, for the, Odric, the abilities one? I don't know about that one. Proliferate should affect every kind of counter you choose, even Planeswalker decks, so that's, Proliferate triggers on everything. Final Fantasy is going to be convoluted. Very convoluted. Very, very, very convoluted. Okay, so let's go forward to the next one. We know what Tidus Unis Guardian does, and so, of course, the next one we have here is... It is actually going to be Yuna herself, right? Yuna Grand Summoner. 1 green, white, and blue. Legendary creature, human cleric, 1/5. Grand Summon, tap, add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if you had 1 or more counters on it, you may put that number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. Okay, hold on. Okay. 4 mana, 1/5. Human Cleric, cool. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature this turn, that creature enters with 2 counters, 2 +1/+1 counters. Okay, sure, whatever. That's pretty normal. Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it had 1 or more counters on it, you may put that number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. So, if it had 1 or more counters, you may put that many number of +1/+1 counters on target creature. So if you had 2 +1/+1 counters and a vigilance counter and a flying counter and a divinity counter, you would put 5 +1/+1 counters on a different creature. So that's pretty interesting. That's okay, like that's kind of interesting. All right. So much silly potential with her. I mean, okay, you sacrifice the Millennium Calendar, you get a ton of +1/+1 counters. This is true. So, but in fairness, right? I know everyone's like saying that this is super busted. I'm just seeing a creature, a commander, that says like put +1/+1 counters on a creature when other things die, right? Like that's, I'm not missing something here. I know that it can be a lot of +1/+1 counters, don't get me wrong, but like it is just like she's just messing around with +1/+1 counters at the end of the day, right? 2 creatures with persist and sack out and you go infinite. True. Okay, yeah. I'm seeing that, right? Because like -1/-1 counters will count as +1/+1 counters. So, give me the freed from the real and you go infinite. What do you need freed from the real from? Oh, well, okay. Well, I mean, that's not really saying much, right? Oh, actually, you know what? No. I see what you're saying. That is actually kind of hot. Okay. I'll give you that. Yeah. No, freed from the real. That's actually kind of dope. That's actually pretty sweet, right? So, like, you can tap her, pay a blue to untap, but this just keeps saying the next creature, when you next cast a creature this turn, right? So you keep on activating her forever, and you get infinite +1/+1 counters, right? Going infinite with this is kind of lame, though. It's too easy. Listen, chat, I think this is going to be pretty constant theme with this entire set, is that going infinite with these characters is going to be, like, really, really easy. Like, really, really easy. Anything with persist becomes infinitely as strong as long as you have a way to sack it. Yeah. What has persist? That's really good. Kitchen Finks, right? Is Kitchen Finks the card? Yeah. So Kitchen Finks, right? So this has persist. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life, and persist. When this creature dies, if it had no -1/+1 counters on it, return it to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, right? So you have Kitchen Finks, comes in, you know, after you cast it with Yuna, has +1/+1 counters on it. You sacrifice it, it dies, it comes back with a -1/-1 counter on it, right? Sacrifice it again. You put +1/+1 counters on something else with persist. Well, it still had -1/-1 counters on it, right? So yeah, how do we? You gotta put in a fresh persisted card, right? Is that how that's gonna work? Making a 999 needles list. I mean, arguably. If it's Ghost Reader and like an Ashnod's Altar or something similar, yeah. Also buff other creatures in the process. True. Yuna is the high summoner. Tidus' journey with no in which to defeat Sita. Everyone knows, but Tidus is the player. But Tidus and the player is that the summoner defeating Sin will die in the process. So the journey for most of the characters is one of reluctant acceptance that she will die. Oh, okay. So she knows that she's supposed to sacrifice herself in order to take out Sin. And she kind of goes along with it anyway. So that kind of, like, her grand summon thing, is that feeding into her, summoning some giant creature that's going to take out the big boss? And then, but, yeah, other creatures die, so she gives, like, those counters to something else, yeah? Hey, Crit Bard, Yuna, my beloved. Crit, I don't know anything about these cards. Just like her father, just 10 years prior. Wait, okay, hold on. If Tidus' father gets isekai'd into the future, but in the past, and becomes Sin, and Tidus gets isekai'd into the future and becomes Tidus, her father sacrificed himself 10 years prior in order to do the Grand Summoner thing and defeat Sin. So, is Tidus Yuna's grandfather twice removed? That's my guess. Summoners don't just summon, they also send. Their main job is to help spirits pass on. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay, so that's what it's a reference to, right? Like she helps spirits move on. Okay, that's kind of sick. Her ability is grand summon in game, and she summons like Ifrit, Shiva. Oh, she summons the big ones. Okay. Jet traveled with her father and as her father's guardian. Oh, I see. Okay. Yuna, not Tuna. Sorry. I mean, I'm gonna say Tuna. Okay. So we know that persist obviously goes in something like this, right? A sack outlet with a persister is going to be pretty dope here. You're going to need 2 persisters, though, in order to... Yeah, in order to put the plus and plus encounters on the Kitchen Finks. What's another good persist card? What's another good persist card in Oh, isn't there an artifact? The one wizard one, Archmage? River Kelpie. River Kelpie will draw you infinite cards. Woodfall Primus. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, whoa. Wait, hold on. No, Woodfall Primus. What are you talking? Bro, nah, chat, hush. Woodfall Primus, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Woodfall Primus. When it enters, destroy target non-creature permanent. You could maybe win the game, I guess. Like, you could just... banned? Doesn't say non-land? Yeah, it doesn't say non-land. Correct. Correct, Choo Choo Beans. Scoop Face, you play Beamtown Bullies. Hush, you. There's an artifact that takes counters when something dies, right? I don't think it takes the counters off of the creature as it's dying. I don't think that Persist goes infinite with the Ozolith. Because it said when it died, it had -1/-1 counters on it. Maybe in MLD combo isn't the best idea to suggest for a precon upgrade. Honestly, at this point, like, to be completely honest, well, we're not upgrading the precons yet. This is a review of the cards that are in the actual commander decks, right? And then like eventually a review of the actual decks itself. But this isn't a precon upgrade, but I am saying, like, hey, these are Magic cards that already exist that go hardcore with Yuna already. And thank you very much for the follow. Blanco, how you doing? Leveler you, yeah. The card, I got an artist proof signature. It's a bit back. $50 budget event? Wait, that's actually kind of hot. I'm gonna send you a picture of Titus's daddy, Jet. Okay, thank you. Is it just Titus again? Elikin, hello. Alright, so yeah, no, chat, like, I mean, I think we're good with Yuna here, right? So just in terms of her abilities itself, right? Like, Freed from the Real does go infinite, which is, I think, is honestly pretty funny. To be able to just, like, tap on tap forever, and then the next creature you control that comes into play has infinite +1/+1 encounters on it. I think that's hilarious, right? And then on top of that, if you fuck around with persist creatures, okay, you're going to be able to go infinite with persist because, all right, let me think about it here. Okay, you have Kitchen Finks and Woodfall Primus. They're both just normal, right? You sacrifice one. You sacrifice the Kitchen Finks. It goes away, comes back with a -1/-1 counter on it, and you gain 2 life. Then you sacrifice the Woodfall Primus, and that comes back. It has -1/-1 counter on it. So yeah, hold on. Yeah, how do we go infinite with these two? Thank you very much, Elikin. DM me. Wait, how do we... I know, yeah, Walking Ballista for sure, but how do we... Hold on, how does the... Need a sack outlet? We have the sacking outlet, right? Walking Ballista's in the precon? Okay. Anyway. When this creature dies, have a no -1/-. So you have to... How do we put the -1/-1 counters on these persisters? Because if it has a -1/-1 counter, you can move it on to this one, but it still died with a -1/-1 counter on it, so it won't come back by itself. So we do need Isochron Scepter and Dramatic Reversal. I mean, that's just... I mean, that has nothing to do with Yuna, though. So yeah, no, hold on. The persisters don't really go infinite with each other here in Yuna. You need a first counter on either of them. Okay, so maybe with Yuna I put a +1/+1 counter on her, and then I sack Woodfall Primus. Kitchen Finks comes with a counter. Sack Woodfall Primus. It comes back with a -1/-1. I will sacrifice the Kitchen Finks, bring that +1/+1 counter to here. It comes back normal, or it comes back with a -1/-1 counter. But that just takes away the +1/+1 counter that's on Woodfall Primus. Okay, but Yuna puts 2 on there, right? So 2 counters. Put that many counters on Primus. It goes gets rid of the -1/-1, gets a +1/+1. Sacrifice that +1/+1 goes here, gets rid of the minus, but then it goes back to normal. Oh, no, yeah, hold on. It doesn't do it. Yeah, it's not a combo then. No. Yeah, we worked it out. It doesn't actually combo off. I don't think. Yeah. Okay, no, that's good. Chat. This is a good discussion. We figured something out. We figured out that a combo doesn't work because we talked through it, which is a good thing, right? Because now when you go out into the world and someone says like, "Oh, just get 2 persist creatures and you go infinite," now we figured out why it doesn't work, right? So let's just do it again. You know, Kitchen Finks is there, 3/2, right? Tap Yuna, Woodfall Primus comes in with 2 +1/+1 counters, right? Sacrifice the Finks, comes back with a -1/-1 counter. You sacrifice the Woodfall Primus, those 2 counters go over here. It takes one -1/-1 counter away, and then adds a +1/+1 counter, right? And then Woodfall Primus comes back with a -1/-1 counter. You sacrifice the Finks, comes back with a -1/-1, and that one singular +1/+1 goes over to Woodfall Primus, which will now lose the -1/-1 counter on it. They'll cancel out. So now they're both just sitting there. One's naked, and one has a -1/-1 counter. And that won't lead to an infinite. Okay, perfect. That's totally fine. What does work is persist plus, say, Arwen, Weaver, Pope, and Infinite Sakura. Yes, of course. Yeah. No, that is different. That is different. But it is good to know. I'm glad that we worked through this, because that's important. So, not counting these persist creatures, what do we want in here instead? Raw magic, hi. So what do we want in here instead? What's like another outrageously cool combo with Yuna Grand Summoner? I like Freed from the Real. That's very funny to me. Did we already go over Freed plus Yuna Infinite on taps? Casting huge walking bullets that kills everyone. Freed from the Real's right here. You see it. You see it right there. We covered that shit. One with the Kami. One with the Kami. What does that do? Oh, well, it makes you 1/1s, but that doesn't change too much, right? One thing to understand is that Spirit Society is very religious. They follow the teachings of Yevan, who are very anti-technology, Machina, and believe that the use of technology caused sin to come into being. So they essentially forbid all use of Machina, with some exceptions. The only people who don't follow Yevan are the AI bias, and there's a lot of anti-Albahead racism because they use technology. Interesting. Well, I, for one, stand against racism, so. The exceptions include walking ballistic to win it. Yeah, the exceptions include walking ballistic to win the game. True. Maybe walking ballistic is one of those Albaid people. Alright, so one with the Kami, whenever enchanted creature or another modified creature control dies, make a spirit. Well, the spirit doesn't go infinite with her, or anything like that. Let's see. I do like the idea of Arwen. Wall of Root seems oh! Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on. Wall of Roots is very funny with this, right? Walking Ballista in this precon is in fact all in all by device. Hey, see, I'm pulling it together. I'm listening. Wall of Roots is kind of cool here, right? So you put a -01 counter on it, get a green. Oh, but only activate once each turn? No, that's cringe. Hold on. No. Devoted Druid. Does that work in here instead? -1 counter on her, untap, and then if you sacrifice something else, you can put those plus and counters from there onto Devoted Druid. I mean, that's like something, I guess, right? That is like a pretty powerful maneuver, I guess. I personally like, what's the artifact that gets plus and counters? You can remove counters to add mana of any color. Most dorks are once you turn. That's what tap does. 2 mana dorks curve cleanly into Yuna. Once per turns are fine. Oh no, it's totally fine, Wobbler. And we would probably still put it in this deck. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to find that good shit. You know what I'm saying? What's the artifact guy? 4-drop. Remove plus and counters to add any color mana. As Converge. Not or Sunfall? No, Converge. Crystalline Crawler. That's what it is. Alright, here's what I have to say. I think these are pretty cool in the deck, especially Crystalline Crawler, because you can just remove counters to add mana. And, I mean, I don't know what you're going to do with Yuna and that, but, I mean, you could do some messed up stuff here. Or Trilobite, also true. I can't believe you watch Advent Children without the context of the game. Amazing. It was a movie! It was a movie that said Final Fantasy on it. You know what else? You know what other Final Fantasy movie I watched? The Spirits Within, okay? So excuse me for thinking it might have all been one shared universe. Excuse me for being incredibly confused. Okay? Outrageously confused. It was not normal. It was not good. It was not good. Infinity mana. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we can definitely get there with infinity mana. Okay. Let's do the thing here. I think we found some good cards. All right. All right. These are the top 3 most powerful cards you can put into any Yuna upgrade. First, we have Yuna Grand Summoner, 1 green, white, and a blue, 1/5 legendary human cleric. Grand Summon, tap, add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with 2 additional plus and counters on it. Whenever another permanent you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, if it has 1 or more counters on it, you may put that number of plus and counters on target creature. So the first up card we want to talk about is Freed from the Real, right? Freed from the Real as an enchantment allows you to tap Yuna, add a blue, untap with Freed from the Real, right? And you can just keep doing this infinitely back and forth. But that means that the next creature that you cast comes into play with infinite plus and counters on it, right? Like this one card just blows your entire deck out of the water unless you just make an infinitely huge creature as soon as it comes out. Next up, Crystalline Crawler. This is going to be a really, really good card to put all of those plus and counters on. So no matter how you build your deck, as long as you have counters that need to go somewhere, Crystalline Crawler allows you to remove a plus and counter and just get any color mana that you want. So whether you have infinite mana, whether you just have like 10 plus and counters to deal with, you just get all the mana that you need on any given turn, especially if you have a sack outlet. And then lastly, cards that have persist, like Woodfall Primus, love Yuna. You can actually do game-ending land destruction with Woodfall Primus, because every time this creature comes back, it comes back with a -1/-1 counter, which is a counter you can use to put on something else. But once it comes back, it destroys a non-land permanent. And then you can put plus and counters on it with Yuna's ability from other sources. And then, hey, this guy just keeps on coming back. You need to just destroy every single non-creature permanent and just force your opponents to concede. And there we go. And there we go. Boom. A clip. a clip sending over to the editor. But this is sick. I think that we found some really good cards at the end of here. Modular Arcbound stuff might be great. Yeah. Oh! Wait. Lore question. Does Yuna like the Albahead, right? Is that what you said? Does Yuna like the Albahead? Because we could pretend that the Albahead are modular creatures, eh? Does she's half Albahead? Hey! There we go. Her mother is Albahead? Perfect. It works with the death triggers? Yes, yeah, the death trigger is what will trigger with Roaming Throne. Modular Arcbound stuff does sound sick. Oh, you can yeah, if you want a sack outlet, you can modular that, like the artifact creatures that have persist. That'd be cool. Okay, let's go over to the next card here. Oop. All right, so this is one of the brand new guys. So let's ooh, don't worry about it. All right, so Kimahri, right? Am I saying that right? Kimahri? Who is this man's? All right. Kimahri, Valiant Guardian. 2 green and blue, 3/3 cat warrior with vigilance and Ransu Rage. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 encounter on Kimahri and tap target creature and opponent controls. Then you may have Kimahri become a copy of that creature, except its name is Kimahri, Valiant Guardian, and it has vigilance. It has vigilance and this ability. Okay. Let's hold on. A 4-mana 3/3 with vigilance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 encounter on this creature, and tap a creature and opponent controls. Then you may have Kimahri become a copy of that creature, except it's this guy and it has vigilance. Okay, so you get to steal the ability, right? To steal the card of an opponent's creature, kind of like Deadpool, but without actually like taking it away from your opponents. They just happen to be tapped. Kimahri is going to be fighting Deadpool a lot. Yeah, a lot. Alright, Kimahri is one of Yuna's guardians. Oh, Yuna can have different guardians? That's kind of hot. And has been with her since her father died. Aww. Tell me he doesn't die. Tell me Kimahri doesn't die. He doesn't deserve that. He's a blue mage and a Ransu. What's a Ransu? Is Ransu just like cat people? Blue mages in Final Fantasy learn monster ability? Really? Huh. Okay, blue mages learn monster abilities. Nice, okay. Is that in Tactics? Maybe. I don't quite remember that. I know that Tactics had red, black, and white mages. It might have had blue, but I might just be remembering black mages. She has the most out of any summoner. Is it 2? Tactics Advance and Tactics Advance 2 have blue mages. Hot. Ransu are cat people. Nailed it. Tactics did not. Advance Might. Gotcha. Alright, see? Nailed it. He's bullied by other Ransu for being small. Aw, but he's jacked. What do you mean? If this is small, I don't know. I don't want to see a big one. Targeting other permanents with a tap would be a crime, so OTJ cards become viable? True! Are there any particular... that's a really good point, Toxin. What's that OG... there's a green Outlaws card that, like, every time you commit a crime, you look at, like, the top 3 and put a land into play. He also has a Broken Horn, which he's bullied for. Free Strider, thank you. Why bully? Stop bullying. We don't like bullies here. Imagine bullying Catman. Getting fucked up. He's also a dragon? No, it's a cat warrior, so clearly not, Miyabai. Maybe you want to get your types checked here. Dragoon. Oh, Dragoon! Oh, he has a spear. Yeah, that's right. That's a class. Yep. Anyway. He's a crab rangoon. Oh, ha ha ha. this card a lot. Yeah, I like this freeze try to look at. Whenever you commit a crime, look at the top 5 cards of the library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield, tap, put the rest at the bottom of your library in a random order. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah, if you want him as a commander, or honestly, like I think, I mean, as a commander, this guy can go pretty hard, right? I mean, this is one of the first cards I would take out of this deck. It's just a +1/+1 counter. It's not really like that big. He has a jump ability too in the game. Yeah, all Dragoons do, right? When they jump into the sky and then crash down. You like this card a lot? Yeah. What else? What else does tap and taking other people's abilities is pretty cool. It's at the beginning of combat, so it means that you don't want every single creature that exists, because there's definitely some that trigger at different times than just at the beginning of combat. It also sends land, not basic land, which opens up some mean opportunities. True. That's very true. Beginning combat in your turn. Counter on tap target creature the opponent chose. Are they playing are there non-red multiple combat cards? No, and I don't know if you necessarily want that for this, you know what I mean? Like, he only gets to have the text and abilities once, right? Like, you can take Sin Vola's ability, but then like you can't really do it again. Verity Circle? Ooh, I like that. That's a good one. Verity Circle is a very, very good one. Whenever a creature an opponent controls becomes tapped, if it isn't being declared as an attacker, you may draw a card, right? So you get to draw a card on top of taking someone else's creatures with Kamari. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. If you take the abilities that trigger at the beginning of combat, are they trigger? No. Trigger abilities happen at whenever, at the beginning of combat. Things that say at, when, or whenever are 9 times out of 10 triggered abilities. That's how you tell them apart. If you take abilities that trigger at the beginning of combat, do they trigger? No, right? Because you're already at the beginning of combat, right? You're at the beginning of combat. You've resolved your ability. You take someone else's ability. You are already past the start of beginning of combat. So the whatever you take from your opponent will not see it. Unfortunate, yeah, you know, it'd be what it be. But I like Verity Circle. Was one more card here that kind of really goes with Kamari, Valiant Guardian. Okay, hold on. I think that the music that I'm using is being seen as copyright, which is not correct. It's just objectively not correct. Anyway. Solidarity of Heroes. Double the number of +1/+1 encounters on each of your creatures. Meh. Meh. I don't know. Let's see what else. I just want one more card before we go to the next one, chat. Beginning of combat, your turn. Zimone. New Zimone does beginning of combat stuff. At the beginning, put a +1/+1 on each of the 2 creatures you control. Double the number of kind of counters on 2 target creatures and/or artifacts you control. That's not very good. Has vigilance and this ability. I think that's pretty much like enough, to be honest. It kind of makes sense that there's only so many cards. If you really want to make a Kamari Valiant Guardian deck, I mean, yeah, look no further than like the fact that you target stuff you get to commit crimes, and the fact that you tap stuff against your opponent's plan. Then Verity Circle will work just heckin' well. All right. Yeah, that was good. All right, let's go to the next one here. I think that we're kind of getting away from like just the straight up commanders and more just like guys in the set. So now I found, according to that way, it's too expensive. Yeah. Yep. All right. Next one is Summon Ixion. All right. So this is the first summon that we're seeing, chat. Summon Ixion, 2 and a white for a 3/3 Saga Unicorn. So these are the summons in the game. Arrow Spark, exile target creature and opponent controls until the saga leaves the battlefield. All right. Another removal saga. I love it. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creature cards you control. You gain 2 life. I mean, for a 3 mana rare. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. You gain 2 life. This is pretty normal, really. Lore-wise, Yuna's pilgrimage takes her across Spira to each temple where she prays and collects summons to help in the battle against Sin. Oh, okay, so that's kind of like the point of the game, is for you to kind of travel the world collecting different summons in order to eventually fight the big bad. Okay, alright. What does Summon Ixion do here? Or I guess where can it go? Exile target creature an opponent controls until the saga leaves the battlefield. What commander does Summon Ixia go in? I think, what's my, Onyxia? Onyxia, also let me... that one. She's a Pokemon trainer? Yeah, that's right. She is a Pokemon trainer. She's collecting summon badges. Carador, good evening. Broken King, good to see you. I built a Tom Bombadil deck I love with the intention of upgrading him when Final Fantasy comes out. Yes, Tom Bombadil would love to see all of these sagas go off. That's actually huge. That's really, really cool. Alright, so... Carador? Creatures. Oh, this is a creature spell. Cost 1 less for each creature card in your graveyard. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from your graveyard. I mean, it's an enchantment creature spell. That's actually really huge. Mm-hmm. Oh. No. There you go. Carador, Ghost Chieftain. And then we just need one more. What commander deck would this would Summon Ixion go into? Enchantment typo, maybe? Because their sagas summons put themselves in the grave? Yeah. You should probably equip those. Dumb question, because the saga is also a creature. Does Helm of the Host work on it? Yes, it does. Yep, it does, and they're not legendary. Celestine? At the beginning of your end step, return target creature with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gained this turn. She's the only one here with lifelink, so... I have Menace and just like Heavy Beater. There's a pretty easy chance I just don't gain that much life. Because they're sagas, they put themselves into the grave. Correct, yeah. Veil Piercer. Oh, Aminatu. Aminatu loves having creatures to flash into play. There we go. Aminatu might want to have a word with these sagas, just in general, right? So, to do the quickest recap, Aminatu the Veil Piercer is one Esper at the beginning of your upkeep, Surveil 2, and then you can Miracle a summon right from the top, which is sick, right? Anything deal thinking summary for him is sagas are historic. Correct. Sorry, hold on. My thing broke. Sorry, just give me a second. Boop. Okay, my bad, chat. Sorry, the thing got all fucky wucky. Boop. All right, bop, bop. So then you have dang. Why? How did it break when everything was like working just before? There we go. Okay. Who would have thought Aminatou would be the best summoner? I mean, when you really think about it, Aminatou is like kind of pretty Yuna coded, right? Like she doesn't sacrifice herself, but like she can see the future. She's like definitely a protagonist in her own right. Just like in terms of everything. Like, yeah, Aminatou and Yuna would probably vibe pretty well. Just saying. Would you also throw in a new Bahamut in there too? Yeah, I haven't gone over like the Bahamut cards and stuff like that. That'll be true. Sagas are historic. Yep. All right. Let me do the thing really fast. New Bahamut would be great. I mean, this deck is gonna be a summon type of deck in the first place, right? Like anything that has anything that's trying to do summons, and Titus, or at least Yuna as well, are also trying to do the whole summon thing. They also just happen to be sagas that are creatures, but they're all going to be trying to do the summon thing. So speaking of one of the many cards that they have in order to kind of keep the summon theme going, we have Summon Ixion, 3 mana, 3/3, enter the battlefield, exile a creature an opponent controls until this leaves the battlefield. And then, of course, put a +1/+1 counter on each of the 2 target creatures you control, and you gain 2 life. I don't know how like relevant that is to the lore, but I'd say it's pretty on point. And then the first card that this goes in automatically is Onyxia, Hand of Erebos. If you like doing Saga Onyxia like I do, or just enchantment type of Onyxia, she'll bring this card just as big as it was before, being a 3/3, but now it'll be a physical card that's there, and it's removal on top of it, as well as buffing up all your allies. And then next, I would do Carador Ghost Chieftain. Gets a +1. Sorry, it costs 1 less for each creature card in your graveyard, and then once during each of your turns, you can bring back a creature that says, "Hey, when I come out, exile target creature an opponent controls until the saga leaves the battlefield." It's pretty good. Pretty heckin' good. And then lastly, Aminatou the Veil Piercer. Turns out she was this isekai protagonist of Duskmourn the entire time, being able to surveil too, and then summon an Ixion when your opponents, think they have you on the ropes and everything. And then also exile one of their best creatures, right? Like, that's gonna be pretty awesome. So I think Aminatou would love a summon Ixion, as well as Onyxia and Carador. Alright, and then that goes to the other, and then boom, there's a clip. Wouldn't fit into Aminatou also. This is true. Alright, next card we have Summon Yojimbo. 3 and a white for a 5/5 Saga Samurai. Okay, interesting. There were samurai in this game. Exile target creature, artifact, or enchantment an opponent controls. Okay, what? Until your next turn, creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2. for each of those counters. Create X treasure tokens where X is the number of opponents who control a creature with power 4 or greater. Alright, so this is just kind of like a really big backup one, right? So you exile something, and it doesn't even say until end of turn. It just says like you just straight up exile it. Then you go over, creatures can't attack you unless they pay, like 4 mana each or 6 mana each. And then you say, let's make a bunch of tokens where X is the number of opponents who control tokens of power 4 or greater. It's like, alright, I wanted to beat you somehow, but I guess you'll just gain a bunch of life and a bunch of counters. Whatever. But so it'll fit well into Aminato as well. Or Yojimbo. Yojimbo might too. Like, literally anything that has removal built in on it is going to be pretty wild. They've been doing sagas, like, pretty well. Brago, you can exile every turn and keep the propaganda up every turn. Also true. Not to, say that Brago goes in everything, but at the very least it does go in here. I will definitely give you that one. Lore Time, Yojimbo is an optional summon you can find in a cave. He is a kind of Odin stand-in for Final Fantasy X. He can do a lot of damage or one-shot enemies, but there's the catch. You have to pay him gil in every battle, with the amounts you pay affecting. That kind of sucks. That is based on... What? That's crazy. That's really wild. That's really, really wild. Okay. Yeah, Brago... Brago's going to be a really, really good card for this one. Because he can exile Yojimbo and then comes back and get rid of just anything that all of our opponents control. That's really, really strong. As an endgame gold sink? Yeah, I'd say so. Optional something you can find in the cave. Okay. Good ETB for Jolly Balloon Man. Does Jolly Balloon Man also do enchantments? What the heck? Yeah, no. It's a creature, doesn't matter. This is true. I'll buy into that. I'll buy it. Alrighty. So that's Jolly Balloon Man. Then what's next? What is next for best? Like, hey, if we open this, we know that someone's gonna want this. Summon Yojimbo. Who else does counters other than Titus? Also, just saying, if you're going up against a Titus who wants to proliferate, he's gonna proliferate all of your things so you don't you get to use them. There any cards where you cast enchantments at instant speed? Quicken. Ulder Raven Guard. Ooh, true. Okay. And then Duke Uller Raven Guard. So giving this ability a platform, like giving Myriad to any creature you control, right? Because it's not permanent, right? But giving another creature you control haste and all that, and if you're able to turn summon Yojimbo into a creature of some kind, which is definitely doable. And remember, it exiles the target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature, right? It doesn't say like bring all the treasures back, or sorry, bring all the tokens back. It's just him, and I think that's pretty freaking cool. Y'all hit the dragons? Yeah, dragoons? Yeah, we did in the last one. We just did the cat dude. You'll hit the Dragoons. Yeah, not in full force. Just the one. Well, this is our first deck still. Wrath Capuchin shifts Maves, gives you Historic Splash. I mean, it's pretty hot. Root Swapper Shaman. Helm of the Host is the call of all good summoners. True! Helm of the Host, who wants to play against my upgraded Titus deck? I promise I won't be so rude. And it's a lie. More dragons coming. Okay. Alright. I think that's Right, if you're looking to get the best out of the Summon Yojimbo card, then look no further than all of these cool goodies right here. We have the one and only Brago King Eternal. Brago is absolutely going to be one of the best cards that we can use because he allows us to flicker all of our creatures at the end of every turn that he got to attack on, which allows us to destroy another artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature an opponent controls. Then you have Jolly Balloon Man, who, even though he can't, like, gets a little wishy-washy if he can say, like, oh yeah, I want you to win, or something like that. But you can definitely, like, use your, you know, you can use anything you want with Jolly Balloon Man to almost go infinite, and being able to take Summon Yojimbo as a consistent Exile Matters commander, who's also a 5/5, so, you know, still kind of like will survive, is really, really brilliant. And then lastly, Duke Ulder Raven Guard. Being able to get copies of Yojimbo out, again, chapter 1 is to exile just about anything you want, right? So as long as you're exiling anything you want, you know, your enemies will probably not be able to stop you. And once you get 4 creatures that are all destroying or exiling all at once, it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard to beat you from there. Maybe Freya too. Okay. I don't know any of these people. Alright. And there you have it. Those are going to be the top picks for Summon Yojimbo. Alright. And let's go to the next card really fast. Summoner's Sending. Okay, so chat, I'm going to let you look at this one. I have to be right back really fast. Oops. Yep, I'll be right back. I just gotta get something really fast. I don't actually need to mute anything. I'll be right back. I am... Ooh. Dozing off really fast. Give me a quick second. You seen this episode? Super... Yo, honestly, like, yeah, hold on. Let me put the next one up because I want you guys to start looking at it really fast. So, Summoner Sending, 1 white enchantment at the beginning of your end step. You may exile target creature card from a graveyard. If you do, make a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying. Put a +1/+1 counter on it, and if its exile card is power 4 or greater. Wait, what? Wait, huh? Hold on. Wait. What? Why does it do all these things? Why does it have this many abilities? So, a 2-mana enchantment, at the beginning of my end step, I can exile anything else from anyone's graveyard. And if I do, I make an offspring, basically. An offspring with flying. Must be a creature? Okay. Alright. Twist my arm, I don't. Okay, hold on. This is... I'll be right. This is actually insane. I'll be right back. This is actually... This is messed up. This is messed up. I'll be right back, chat. Okay, chat, I'm back. What the hell? I took a quick run around the block. All right. So explain to me what I'm seeing here, chat. Explain to me what make this make sense. I mean, that's what he breaks my Golgari commander decks. It's so insane to me, but I have enchant removal, so hopefully it's fine. One of the things that I'm noticing, like, I haven't looked at every single card that's revealed, but I do want to pose a question. It's like, I think personally that these decks themselves and just like how powerful all of these decks are, it's going to end up with like just the community, just like Commander in and of itself is going to have to like we have to like run more removal. You know what I mean? Like you get what I'm saying? Like I feel like removal as a concept is going to be outrageously pushed by these decks, right? Like this card right here is insane. Like this card right here is really busted. This is removal? No, your opponents need to remove this is what I'm saying. Lore Time, this is Yuna's sending dance, helping the spirits of the dead move on and not become monsters. I do like that. Did Yuna's or did Titus's dad's spirit not move on and that's why he became Sin? Do the guardian spirits not move on and then they become the next big bad? Damn. Who with though? Calyx Guided by Fate, Daxos the Return, Freud, thank you. You're saying on task, so I do like that. So yeah. So let's talk about who this is with. Jack is eaten by Sin and became part of it. Oh, okay. That's a big spoiler that we'll get to. Okay, gotcha. Alright, yeah. Calyx is huge. Like 100%. Calyx guided by Fate goes hard here. Right. Like this Calyx is easily hyper buffed by this deck because this card by itself, here's like the issue with this card, right? It's just that like for 2 mana, you know, you really start you for 2 mana, your deck all of a sudden just kind of like goes in a different direction. Graveyard decks will hate this card. They should hate this card, but not just graveyard decks, but just every single deck, right? Like even for your opponents who just like, okay, like a creature died, like you killed it, cool, like fine, go off, right? And maybe even if they don't have any intention of like resurrecting a card, or say you work together with the table and you bring down a big creature, right? It's like, damn, like this card was a problem. And then now it's just like, well, now I don't know if it's better if we actually kill the thing because you get a copy of it. Like, what I'm saying is that like this card by itself makes you able to kind of just like play other people's decks suddenly, and it's just weird. It's not a copy. Yeah, you get, what is this, exile it, create a 1/1 spirit token with fly. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. I was misreading this card a lot. I thought you got a copy of it. My bad. Yep, I misread it. Thank you. I was thinking that you got a copy of it. Just a 1/1 spirit with, okay. Yep. Okay, my big bad. My super big bad. You are correct. Okay. It's just a 2/2 at most. Okay, never mind. This is like fine. This is alright. This is totally fine. It's good but not that great. Yeah. I thought we were approaching a whole new world of pain, but we're good. We're Gucci. Always Minthara flying. Yeah. So let's so yeah, give me some suggestions that we can put in here. And she sets up multiple graveyards. Yeah, you said Minthara? Minthara, at the beginning of the end step, if a running control left the battlefield this turn, put the experience creatures you get. Huh? Minthara launched this one. At the beginning of your end step, if a permanent you control left the battlefield this turn, you get an experience counter. I'm not really sure that Summoners... She runs all the Playcrafter and Fiend. She loves giving that buff to flyers. Okay, I see. I mean, I'm kind of more feeling... Well, first, hold on. Ketramos. Hold on. I mean, I think first and foremost is Ketramos, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Just in terms of like brand new cards, right? Like Ketramos kind of slaps here for sure. Ketramos definitely loves this card. Whenever one of our cards are put into exile from a graveyard and or the battlefield during your turn, you may draw a card and lose 1 life. So you get rid of a problem thing, or you just do it for the sake of doing it, right? You get a spirit out of it and get to draw a card. Zur can find this card and put it into play, and that's all well and good, right? I don't necessarily think it goes higher than that. King of the... Oh, hold on. Creature can... Oh, hold on. I like this. I like that. No, it's only your grave. Yeah, Quintoris is only your graveyard. That's right. That's right. I'm liking King of the Oathbreakers. That's kind of looking... That sounds a little spicy. Best? Let's see. See if we can divide up the colors here. Yeah. I think that's a good... I think Best is a good example of, like, even if you're not, like, a deck that necessarily focuses too much on, like, spirits and all that, like, or, like, exiling from the graveyard. Like, Calyx likes this deck because, like, it's a good enchantment, right? Just in general. And getting 2 of them just means that you keep on getting a bigger and bigger army. That's fine. Ketramos loves this because it, like, exiles a problem thing and draws you a card. It fits in the Ketramos plan. And then Bess is just like a lady who likes 1/1s that come into play. And eventually she'll make them hit hard, you know? Like, at the end of the day, yeah, that's just, like, all it be. And I think that's fine. I think that's, like, a pretty decent example of, like, how this card can fit into any of these commanders just based on what they have going on, right? I'd say that's, like, pretty reasonable. Do I need to, like, redo this? Yeah, alright. Yeah, that's a good one. Alright. Basically, I'm just gonna repeat all of that shit right now. Haha. Actually, no. I'm just gonna skip to the next one. I don't feel like doing that again. Blitzball Stadium. Alright, Blitzball Stadium. Blitzball Stadium. Okay. Blue, X and blue artifact. When this artifact enters support, oh god, support X, which is put +1/+1 counter on each of up to X target creatures. Go for the goal. 3 and tap. Until end of turn, target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Draw a card for each kind of counter on it, and it can't be blocked this turn. Alright. Rephrasing all of this. X and blue artifact. When this artifact enters, put X counters on them to each of X creatures, right? Tap, pay 3 and tap it until end of turn. Target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player. Draw a card for each kind of counter on it and can't be blocked this turn. Okay, so this is about, like, having different kinds of counters. Lore time, it's the big ball of water. Okay, so this is where Blitzball takes place, in a giant dome of water. A giant ball of water. Hi, Denry. True, actually. Damn, no, that's right. That's big true. That's big true, actually. Yep, you're right, Wobbler. Okay, where else does Blitzball Stadium want to go? Oh, the broker guy. the broker commander that Denry comes Denly comes in. The Rhino. Ooh, no. Lucia Kane, because it's no Lucia Kane is almost explicitly plus and plus encounters. This is draw a card for each kind of counter on it, right? Not for each counter on it, but for each kind of counter. So you want like ability counters, plus and plus encounters. Parry the Pulverizer, thank you. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah. So Denry Klin again, right? Another commander deck that's all about putting different types of counters on Denry, and then now every creature that enters gets that type of counter, so you're expanding that, right? And then Parry the Pulverizer enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it, and then or on any creature, right? And then whenever Parry attacks, target creature gets +X, and trample until end of turn, where X is the different kinds of counters among permanents you control. You get 2 stadiums though. Okay, wait a minute. A Pulverizer, yes. Indominus Rex, Parry the Pulverizer, correct. Yes. Blue Loyal Raptor. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, look at that. Damn. The true universes beyond crossover that we never knew that we wanted. Until now. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. They missed a trick not having Parry appear in Karlov Manor with a fedora. Huh. Huh. Yes, they did. I like that. Dinosaurs playing Blitzball? That's going to be the opening to the short. Editor, make note of this. Dinosaurs playing Blitzball? That's sick, actually. Yeah, this is actually really dope. So, bringing this all together, Blitzball Stadium, X blue artifact. When it enters support X, go for the goal, 3 and tap until end of turn. Target creature gains whenever this creature deals combat damage to the player. Draw a card for each kind of counter on it, and it can't be blocked this turn, right? So unblockable, and for each kind of counter, draw a card. So a deck like Denly Kin, which is all about getting different types of counters, not just one counter, but different kinds of counters like ability counters, vigilance, flying, trample, +1/+1, -1/-1, whatever. Different kinds of counters on Denry, and then spreading it to every creature that enters thus after. Would like this. Parry the Pulverizer is also basically that exact type of deck that wants to spread out throughout all of your... Parry the Pulverizer decks basically want to have different kinds of counters throughout the entire board state, so then they get a big giant +X and trample. And then Blue Loyal Raptor, the truest universes beyond crossover that we never knew we wanted, also wants to have different kinds of counters on blue themselves. And then now Blitzball Stadium will allow you to draw a bunch of cards on top of it. So, yeah, this is actually pretty dope. This is like a pretty neat spread, and I was not expecting a Blue Loyal Raptor to be in this lineup, but it's sweet. Like, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yep, Dinosaurs playing Blitzball. That's pretty freaking sweet. You have this deck, it's pretty fun. Which one? Blue Loyal Raptor, Nomadic Wanderer? You have that one? Sick. Yeah, with Owen Grady, Chris Pine. I like that. All right. On to the next one. Ooh, Lulu, Stern Guardian. Okay, let's reset all this. Boo-doo-doo. All right, Lulu, Stern Guardian. 2 in a blue. Legendary creature, human wizard. Whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you. Put a stun counter on that creature. Pay 3 in a blue and proliferate. Okay. If you want everything, you'll end up with nothing. Right. Lore, go. There's a dino card that gains couriers every time it attacks, right? I think it's like green red. I want to say. Lulu's weapon is a stuffed animal, and we don't get a good look at it, but her dress is made of belts? Really? Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, I see, like, the skirt under there is, like, belt leer. Huh. Okay. Why is it made of belts? So many belts, like, literally hundreds? Why? And how does she get dressed in the morning? Or undressed, even? Is it just like one belt that holds it all together? Maybe that's how. She's goth? Ah, well, see, that's all you had to say. Now I'm on board. I no longer ask how many or why. They nerfed her upper body in the new art, it seems. Ah, big titty goth mommy. I see. Fashion before function? Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I'm going to put that on the old Google search later. Okay. Lulu's Stern Guardian, whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you, put a stun counter on that creature. So I wouldn't say that she's going to be your commander. She's a black mage, but her melee is the doll. Interesting. Does she make like the doll big and like attack? Lore time. Lulu is another of Yuna's guardians. She traveled with another summoner who she failed to protect. Her love, Chapu, Waka's brother, also died on a pilgrimage. She is the most against Titus's antics. She is stern, goth, and very mommy. So she's perfect, is what I'm hearing. So perfect. Okay. Yeah, the Sensational Spider-Man for sure. Yep. You know, it's not. I mean, it's kind of good of them to kind of reveal Sensational Spider-Man as early as they did, because now we get to see is like, oh yeah. Now, like anytime we see stun counter, we have like a mindset of where to go with it. And yes, she's perfect. Okay, perfect. She also has a list, and she'll put you on it, like a hot list, like a hot list, a list of potential lovers. Ooh. I see. Interesting. I see. Well, chasers. Potential suitors, chasers. You know, what's the difference, right? Okay, so anyway, yeah, Sensational Spider-Man definitely wants this deck for sure. What else? Does anyone else really like stun counters yet? Like, does anyone else care that you put counters on someone else's creatures? Isn't there a deck that likes doing that? Hold on. Whenever you put a counter on someone else's creature, you do something. It's in my, it used to be in my Aragorn deck. It's a broker guy. It's a broker card. Don't worry, she's not, you know, doing black magey things. Oh, I worry that she's not. Yeah, I mean, you know. Hilda. No. Hilda wants you to tap things, which is stun counters do not do. There's a specific guy that likes it when you put counters on other people's things, and it's Cross. She doesn't work with Cross. It is Cross. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature you don't control, tap that creature and go there. It gains trample until next turn. Why not? How does this not work? Because it'll be tapped? That's fine. Oh, right. Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that sucks ass. You're so right. You're so right about that. You're so right. You're so true. You're so real for that. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what other card would even want this, to be honest with you. Now that I'm thinking about it. Like, it's not a very good card. Yeah, so I think it's just Spider-Man, guys. You know, I think it's just Spider-Man. And you know what? That's okay. That is A-okay. That is just Spider-Man. It's a crime, Marchesa, dealer of death. True. It is a crime. Okay, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you. Okay, I'll give you that. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay. You know what? I was giving up too soon. You're right about that, though. Shirei of Numbing Deaths. Shirei. Whenever you tap one or more untapped creatures your opponents control, draw a card. Distribute. Yeah, she wants you to tap things, just like Hilda. She wants you to like make something tap, and then that's how she gets counters. She's hot, also, by the way. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. White Peak. The hell is White Peak? Lulu doesn't actually tap things? Correct. She just puts a stun counter on a thing that's already attacking you. The hell is White Peak? Yeah, I like the Marchesa though. I like Marchesa, dealer of death. That's fine by me personally, in terms of cards. Don't mind the dinosaur. Trying to get rid of that. Yeah, that one's fine by me. Yeah, it's kind of hard for Lulu, which is fine. Hey, listen, Lulu, and you know what deck Lulu goes in? Probably the Tidus deck. Although, I mean, actually, other than like Proliferate, you know, you don't really want, you know, like other than Proliferate, this is like fine. I think it's all right. Nomadic Warrior, hold on really fast. I'm gonna be right back because TikTok did a thing and I need to unfreeze it. Okay. Back to what I was doing. There's the thing, yeah, you'll want that Mana Sink Proliferate. Right, yeah, being able to like have a Mana Sink Proliferate is true. We don't really have Proliferate as a Mana Sink on most things. Typically, Proliferate is just like a tap ability. So it's actually like being able to spend 4 mana to Proliferate can lead to a lot, right? At least 3 stun counters. Well, Tidus moves things, right? But proliferating, yeah. If you end up like being able to proliferate stun counters and the creature just stays tapped forever, right? Yeah. Monstrosity of the Lake. Yeah, wrong on that card. Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, hey. Let's just go through it really fast, chat, right? Alright. If you're looking for the ultimate card to amplify all of your kind of like stun counter decks, which there isn't a lot of them, but we did find a couple here, then definitely Lulu Stern Guardian is going to be the card for you. The number 1 commander that she's going to slot into is by far going to be Spider-Man, Sensational Spider-Man, because even though this card isn't out yet, we already know anything that says stun counter and putting it on your opponent, Spider-Man is going to end up wanting, because you're going to be able to take those counters off and then draw a bunch of cards, right? We have to see what Spider-Man does in the future to really see if he warrants a full-on deck with stun counters, but Lulu definitely goes in there, especially with the Proliferate ability. I'd say Lulu's most powerful thing is that she's 4 mana Proliferate, which does allow you to do a lot. We don't usually have Proliferate as a mana sink ability. And then, honestly, the only other commander that I would put Lulu in is going to be Marchesa, Dealer of Death, because at the very least, putting the stun counter on an attacking creature is a crime, right? So you're always going to be able to trigger Marchesa's ability every single time someone attacks you, which is pretty cool, I do gotta admit. So, hey, they attack you, you pay 1, you get to do Marchesa, Dealers of Death ability. And that's kind of about it for right now. There's not a lot of commanders that Lulu goes into, but you have Tidus and Luna right there, so you're pretty fine with that. Alright, boom. There we go. Done. Alright, let's go over to the next one. Oka, Traveling Merchant. Okay. I don't know anything about this guy. Don't know anything about this guy. Hold on. Let me restart the stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Oaka? Am I saying it right? Oaka? The 23rd. Okay. Oaka, Traveling Merchant. One in the blue. Say, like, would you like a bit of Gildaland? Tap, remove a counter from a non-land permanent you control. Draw a card. You can remove sun counters from yourself, which is pretty sick. Merchant Extraordinaire. Ooh, okay, everyone loves this guy. Alright, so yeah, Miabyte hit me up with the lore. Chat, give me places for this commander to go. When are we removing counter? Ooh, removes finality counters, yeah? Does that include poison? Non-land permanent you control. So you as a player get poison counters, but not on a permanent. But your creatures get -1/-1 counters. Kalala, it's good to see you, friend. I hope that you're enjoying what did you post that you were playing earlier? I think for the first time. It was an RPG. But I saw it and I hope that you're enjoying it. Sagas, yep, sagas get to be taken off. Give me a saga. What's like Admiral Brass Unsinkable, thank you very much. And Admiral Brass. Because finality counters are obviously really strong. Give me one saga, chat, that you kind of like always want to go back to like level 1 or level 2 on, right? Like I'm just trying to think like specifically a saga, you know, that's kind of maybe like within Blue Colors that lets you kind of, you really want to go to chapter 1 a lot. I know there is one. I know there is one that's like really strong. Usually one of the black ones, honestly, because like the first one will be like destroy a permanent or something and then like do something else. Scroll of Isildur. Oh, true. Very, very good call. Very good call. Yeah, I like that. Elspeth Con. Ooh. Elspeth conquers death? Oh, right. Right. Ooh, true. You know what, Kuro? That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Kiora Best to Sea God too. Okay, so there's like a limitless amount, is what I'm hearing, right? He could revive 1/1 persist creatures. True. There's no way for him to untap when the persist creature comes back. Not, you know, not just like simply because there's not a persist creature that says like untap when I come into play, which is good because I would easily lead to like an infinite combo. So I'm glad they don't do that. Mariah Conjecture, yeah. Intruder, oh, well, yes, Intruder Alarm, that is, okay, fuck, you're right, fine. You're not wrong, I just wish you weren't right. Mariah Conjecture sounds good to you? Oh yeah, you get to return an instant or sorcery to your hand, that is pretty good. Did you just break Intruder Alarm? I know. I thought it. They said it couldn't be done. Without the combo, Glen Elendra Archmage would be good. I like that. Okay, hold on. Glen Elendra, because you're right about the persisting being able to take that off, and I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good example of one you can take off, especially all in mono blue. We managed to find like mono blue colors. Hey, Sketchopotamus. Intruder Alarm can be broken. They said it couldn't be done. Intruder Alarm, a Dork, and Shrieking Drake with a creature to get a counter when a creature enters. Is Shrieking Drake... Oh. Yeah. Yep, user. You are correct. Hey, Coast Cook, how you doing? Hello. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, okay. So yeah, chat, let's go through this one at a time because I like each and every single one of your answers. So, step one, Oaka, Traveling Merchant, 1 in the blue for a 1/2 Human Citizen. Tap, remove a counter from a non-land permanent you control, draw a card. So first up, Admiral Brass, Unsinkable. I really, really like this card as an example of like taking off a problematic token that you have, right? You're not just moving it to somewhere else, you're completely taking it off entirely. So Admiral Brass, you get creatures back from your graveyard for free, and they come with a finality counter. Boom, this traveling merchant just gets rid of it, and since he comes out on turn 2, you're ready to go as soon as you get to combat with Admiral Brass. Next up, you have sagas like Scroll of Isildur, right? A saga where you want to juggle between chapters 1 and 2 over and over again is going to be really, really good with Waka, right? So it's chapter 1, gain control of a target creature for as long as you control Scroll of Isildur. Normally, eventually, you get to chapter 3 and the scroll goes away. But if Waka is here, it will just keep on going to chapter 1, then 2, which is to tap 2 target creatures and put a stun counter on them, right? And then you go back to chapter 1 again to take another creature, and then chapter 2 next upkeep to frost 2 more things down, draw cards, and then continuously on and on. So this is actually really freaking bonkers. And there's a lot of other sagas like Yoribes the Sea God, Elspeth Conquers Death, etc. that go really, really well with this card right here. And then lastly, persist counters. So being able to take the -1/-1 counter off cards like Lenalendra, Kitchen Finks, etc. is going to be really, really sweet. Not only do you take those persist counters off, so then now you can reuse this creature's ability, but you also draw a card on top of it, right? And God help you if your opponents just add Intruder Alarm to all of this, because then it just never freaking stops. So, without further ado, I would say like Oaka Traveling Merchant, even though it's not going to be a commander of yours, although you could probably find a lot of really gross things to do with him as a commander, he's really, really good in a lot of different decks to take all these problematic counters away. Watch out for him at the table. He's honestly kill on sight as far as I'm concerned. That's all true, chat. Like the millisecond I see this guy, I'm like, I know that we're about to, we're we're cooked. We're cooked. Just prepping for another patrol. Ooh, about to head out on the patrol. Castro Recursion. Oh, true. I mean, yeah, Intruder Alarm just kind of, just fucks around. All right, who's the next card? Oh, Riku, Resourceful Guardian. Who is that? She looks like the Sid's granddaughter or something. All right. Riku, Resourceful Guardian, 2 in a blue, legendary creature, Human Artificer. Whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature, until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control. Steal, pay 1 and tap, move a counter from target creature and opponent controls onto target creature you control, activate only as a sorcery. Okay, that's not too powerful. Alright, who is this? I love Riku. You probably recognize her Final Fantasy X version. Sid's daughter in Final Fantasy X. I thought she was in 15. Who's the one in 15? With the boys. Cindy. Right. Who's she? Is that not Sid's daughter? Is that Sid's granddaughter? I was hoping she would be a card, because she's pretty. Granddaughter. Okay. Gotcha. So this is, wow, they made Sid's daughter in 10, huh? Crazy look. Yeah, I know there's a Sid for every Final Fantasy, but even Sid in the Final Fantasy 15 card of Sid is just an old dude. Lore Time, she's Final Fantasy X Sid's daughter, and Yuna's Abed cousin. Ooh, okay. She's the first person to help Tidus when he gets to Spira. She has to keep her Al-Habed identity a secret from one specific religious racist party member. Ah, great. That's your own party member is racist against the Albed, but Yuna's what? She's also the thief archetype. Really? Don't we have a thief archetype or no? Or like a rogue? Maybe they ran out of space. He gets better? She might be in the main set? Yeah, I'm assuming so. She still might just not in Commander. Yeah, okay. Waka hates Abed. Interesting. Cool. I'm holding hope for Cindy too. Not gonna lie. I mean, like, come on, right? Okay, so yeah, Riku, Resourceful Guardian. Where, let's see. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature control until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked. Fucking Christ. What? What the? What? What's happened? Bro, I'm saying it right here. With the release of Final Fantasy, I think that the speed in which Commander games get off the rails will increase by like an entire turn, if not two. Right? Like I'm like this card's like just kind of an innocuous 3 mana card, right? Like just kind of like, yeah, it's just like whatever, right? But like, you know, it's just like getting a plus encounter on a bunch of creatures isn't very difficult, right? Like the first card I'm thinking of is Galadriel. You know, you could play Riku, put a plus encounter on each creature you control, and they're just unblockable. Like the fact that this isn't limited to once a turn or something is like kind of wild, right? Like just a little bit, right? Like I don't even really, I'll be honest, I don't even care about the second ability, just this top one. Any counters on a creature will make it unblockable. That's wild. That's wild. Waka hates Albed because Yevan hates Albed. His journey gets him to question everything he believes in. Okay, well that's good. Azuri Call of Progress serves a similar role. Right. And yeah, no, I know that like Herald of Secret Streams does exist as well. It's just that Herald of Secret Streams is 4 mana, right? It's 4 mana at the very least. You know, like I get it, but and this is like a whole mana sooner, right? I mean, it's kind of is once a turn because it's until end of turn. Am I right? But for each creature, yeah, exactly. For each creature, that's the thing. This can go in cross. You can make the goaded creature unblockable, and then you can take back the shield counter. Until end of turn, the creature can't be... Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, no. You put a counter on the creature, you tap it, and then goad it. And it's trample, and it has trample until the next turn. That seems messy. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be a creature you control. Right. Yeah. I'll throw her in your Marchesa deck. I mean, Sketch, you know I got that Marchesa deck too. Oh my god! You're right! Marchesa the Black Rose goes absolutely disgusting with this card. Absolutely disgusting. Because you dethrone... You attack the player with the greatest power. You dethrone. They all get counters. They all become unblockable until end step. What the fuck? I like her ability. It's like an amped up Gala-Greethers. It's infinitely more than Gala-Greethers. Gala-Greethers is the perfect card because it shows you like what a ramp up looks like, and I think Gala-Greethers is beautiful for that. This ain't that. This is not okay. This is not okay. There's nothing okay with this card. There's not a damn thing okay with this card. Escape from routines and destroy everyone's lives. Oh, I see. Okay, I mean, yeah, this is gross. Okay, what else? Sorry, hold on. Don't look at the Glenalundra. What else? Give me another commander that's busted. A lot of Final Fantasy X is about realizing that not everyone believes kind of bullshit. True. Agreed. Big agreed. We should all learn to be better. Thank you, Final Fantasy X. You defeated racism. What else? Give me something that's not plus encounters. I just something. I just want like a commander that's a little bit more unique than more plus encounters being unblockable. Because we've had that before. Oh, creatures your opponents control. Interesting. What? Is there any commander deck that puts counters on other people's creatures? Because, like, Hilda's the same thing as Galadriel, so I don't really vibe with that. Shadrix only does it on your turn, so that doesn't count. No. Brina the Demagogue puts counters on your creature. I mean, I guess technically you could put... well, Brina's a commander, and she's not going to be in this. Oh, Rafine. I mean, Rafine counts. Rafine counts, but that's not really what I'm... Oh, true. Finality counter and haste. Oh. Beginning of combat your turn, return a pirate creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with finality counter. Base power and toughness 4. It gains haste until end of turn. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that. That's gonna be here. I'm just gonna type in finality counter really fast. Just to see if there's something that's like a little bit more Castrol, if you gave Castrol first strike, Lamau. Okay. No, there's not. That's fine. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was, like, I guess another, like, kind of like Marchesa, you know what I mean? Goldberry? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the only reason you wouldn't put her in Admiral Brass is just because, like, Admiral Brass wants pirates, right? And she's just not a pirate. Oh! Zolit! Oh, good call, Oatmeal. Zolotoyak. No, that's, counters on lands. And it makes a land an island, so that doesn't count. All the tryhards are playing Kotis decks right now. I mean, Kotis... I mean, you do put Pulse and counters on Kotis, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. There's still some 5-color good stuff decks try the Cascade Silverlord. I mean, hey, I played against that deck the other day. I get you. Gonna make Rufu real quick. Switch to mobile. Okay, sounds good. I like Goldberry. I like Goldberry as a call. You know, just thick thighs saving lives. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it could just be any kind of counter. It doesn't have to be plus encounters, but this helps, right? This definitely helps. All right, so let's go through this again really fast. Voiced by Timmy Turner. Really? That's kind of crazy. I did not know that. Okay. All right, Sid's daughter is absolutely correct. Introducing Riku Resourceful Guardian. 2 in a blue, legendary creature, human artificer. 2/3 that says whenever you put 1 or more counters on a creature, until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control. And 1 and tap, steal, move a counter from target creature an opponent controls to a target creature you control, activate only as a sorcery. Now, that second part is kind of cool, you know, whatever, you can do some wacky things. But the number one thing I see here is every single deck that puts +1/+1 counters on your entire board as soon as you do something is going to want Riku. For example, Galadriel, Light of Valinor. Just put something into play, choose all of your creatures, get a +1/+1 counter, and then boom, all of a sudden they're just all unblockable for that turn. You could put Riku into play and just make everyone unblockable. That's amazing. And then next you have Marchesa the Black Rose. You attack the highest health person with Dethrone. You put a counter on all of your creatures. They all become unblockable until the end of turn, and you just rip that person right off the throne and bring them down to the lowest life total, right? And then if you want just like a deck that's not necessarily doing plus encounters, you already have something like Goldberry River Daughter. If you have some way to like kind of move finality counters around, you know, Goldberry will kind of let you do that just so you can maybe make like target things unblockable. But really, Riku Resourceful Guardian is just outrageously good for making your entire board unblockable for a turn when you use these commanders that just put an entire +1/+1 counter brigade on everything. She's cracked. She's gonna make games end an entire turn faster. I can guarantee that. And then boom, editor, go. All right, let's go to the next one. Summon Velafar. Okay, what is this? Okay. Summon Velafar. Another summon. 4 and a blue. 5/4. Saga Drake. Where's its head? Oh, I see that. I see the head. Okay. Sonic Wings. Chapter 1. Each opponent chooses a creature with the greatest mana value among creatures they control. Return those creatures to their owner's hands. And then chapter 2, 3, and 4, tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. Okay, so each opponent chooses a creature with the greatest mana value among cards they control. Return those creatures on their hand. Okay, so like a blue, blue, just choose your biggest thing, throw it away. Okay, okay. This gets 2 attacks in. Yes. Well, like, oh, yeah. No, this gets a couple in. Lore, Velafar is the first summon creature you get for Yuna on the island of Basad. Fun fact, you can talk to a dog and get a new ultimate move for Velafar. What's the ultimate move? Is it Sonic Wings? How does get a dog gets you so the summons in 10 have ultimate moves? Is that true? That's kind of cool. What do it do? What does that mean? What do they do? Called overdrives? Of course. Are they all overdrive? Like, is it like a Pokemon thing where there's like a list of abilities and like you just get like a new one? Or do all summons just like summon with their basic, you know, like Shiva just has like Ice Storm or some shit, and then if you do something else you can do like an ultimate overdrive ability that works just once. Anyway, summon Velafar. 5 mana ETB, just bounce the biggest things your opponents have. The biggest creatures. Which is fine. With the amount of like ETBs that are present nowadays, especially ETBs, like typically big mana value creatures, if they cost a certain amount of mana, should have a really good enter the battlefield ability. So like a 7-drop creature should do something the turn it comes out, you know what I mean? Like kind of good deck building will lend itself to just big creatures, good, bring it out. You know, spend a bunch of mana, but it does something immediately. So I don't know how much I actually really want this summon, you know what I mean? I actually think this could be pretty detrimental to you, depending on how you're doing it. Overdrive, X Limit Break? Okay. Yeah. Tap a creature, put a stun counter on it. Alright, so I mean, like, hey, this is a Spider-Man card again. And, I mean, Hilda. I guess Hilda likes this, I suppose. Hilda likes this card. I don't like this card. I don't think this card is you know, better for Magic. For the reasons I listed before, where it's just like, hey, you know, it's gonna your opponents have big mana value creatures that are gonna do something the turn it comes out on its ETB, so you don't necessarily want to bounce them back, especially because you don't have a choice, right? Each opponent just chooses a creature with the greatest mana value and they bring it back. There could be one specific card that you really want gone, like you want you know, a Phyrexian Juggernaut gone, fine, but like your opponent over here gets to bring back their Eldrazi to their hand, and that's not what you want. Like that's not good. So I'm not a fan of this card. I think this would be one of the first summons I would take away. Sheree wants this guy. Yeah, this one's. Oh, no. Who likes Baron? Who likes it when cards are bounced back to their hand? There's. Oh, Baron likes it when it's returned to your hand. I don't know. Proliferating stun counters? Yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, in this deck, right, when you're doing a stun counter thing and you want to proliferate, that's perfectly fine, you're right. Like, Pronosi, like, that's fine. I get that for sure. But, and this is Be a Bomb Unlimited. This is not in Limited. These are only the Commander decks. See the Chocobo symbol there? This is literally all Commander deck cards. No Limited, nothing from the set itself. You could also put this in a discard or wheels commander. I mean, like, I guess, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, yeah, you know, I'll put one of those in here as just like a third example of what you can do. Who's a good wheels commander? Nekusar. Yeah, Nekusar, yeah. I was hoping like I was just trying to think like, oh, is there like a commander that's more obviously wheels? Like, even if you're a brand new player at Magic, you can just like, oh, it says wheel like right on it, so I get it. But this is fine. Okay, let's do this. This one's not gonna take too much prep. Yeah. Summon Velafor. Chapter 1, each opponent returns a creature with the greatest mana value among creatures they control, return it to those owner's hands, and then chapter 2, 3, and 4, tap up to one target creature and put a stun counter on it. So, you know, Sensational Spider-Man, stun counters, we already know that he's going to love every stun counter that you put on something else. He's going to allow you to draw 3 cards eventually, so, you know, probably going to go in a deck like his in the future. Hilda of the Icy Crown. The chapters 2, 3, and 4 allow you to tap another opponent's thing without having to spend any mana, which is really good because now you're able to activate Hilda's abilities. And the creature won't get back up to smack you later. And then Nekusar the Mind Razor. At the beginning of each player's end step, draw this card. And then this card's also pretty decent for wheel effects. I'm personally against the idea of bouncing each opponent's biggest creature to their hand, because there's a very high chance that, like, if anything costs a lot of mana, it's typically something that does something when it enters, you know, just so you get the value out of it as fast as possible. So the only time where I find chapter 1 to be usable is in a deck like Nekusar that's typically like a wheel deck, right? So you can bounce their biggest creatures to their hand and then make them discard and draw a new whole set of hands, right? But honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of this card specifically because bouncing a 16 drop card back to your opponent's hand probably means that it was an Eldrazi anyway, and you don't want them to recast those. It's better if they're on the field after a certain point. So either way, good luck. And there we go. Yeah, that one wasn't. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I didn't like the card. Next card, Mr. Seymour. Maester Seymour, 2 and a green, legendary creature, human elf cleric. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of plus and plus encounters equal to Maester Seymour's power on another target creature you control. For 3, green, Monstrosity X, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. Okay. He looks trustworthy. I would trust him with my hair. Maybe. If I can get hair like that. Not really much else. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a plus encounter you can on another creature you control. I mean, this is like fine. Like, this is lore. Maester Seymour, child of a Gwad. I don't like that term. And a human, has an obsession with the main villain of X, Shin. Also summoner of the Dark Aeon Anima. Ooh. So summoners are not like, there's not like only one summoner in the world. It's like a like a job. I see cleric, and I see that Yuna was a cleric, so because like summoners do a clerical work of transferring the dead. So is he like a someone in a high up position? Begin combat on your turn. Put a counter. No, yeah. Plus and counter is equal to Seymour's power and another target creature control. This is whatever. Extra lore. He wants to marry Yuna for political reasons. Well, his political reasons that she's bad. I don't know. This is fine, honestly. Equal to the number of counters among creatures you control. I mean, that Monstrosity X is insane. Like, it is crazy. In terms of a commander that this wants to be in, you know, he wants to be in a Aragorn company leader. What else? It would bring hope to Spira before Yuna self. Oh, really? Yuna is the high summoner, not the only summoner. Oh, gotcha. Arwen, yep. So Aragorn and Arwen, crazy. Damn, Arwen Weaver of Hope in this guy. Yeah, that's kind of sick, actually. Helana and Helena. You know what? Yes, but also, Jodah. Just straight up Jodah, right? Because this is equal to his power. It's not equal to the number of plus encounter. Like, in terms of, like, at the beginning of combat, put the number of counters equal to his power on another target creature you control. So if Jodah's over here just saying, like, all your legendary creatures are juiced up to the 9s, he will put juiced up to the 9 counters on someone else. Putting him in your mono green Gragos Hydra deck. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, for sure, 100%. Is there like a Hydra that says, like, you know, creatures come in, like, Hydras come into play with, like, X additional counters or something like that? Summoners is title given to any summoner that defeats Sin, I believe. Oh, okay. Spoiler alert, we find out Seymour is kind of a dick. He killed his own dad to become the user of the Guado and gains more power. The party kill him, but he is never sent. So comes back several boss fights in multiple... Really? Oh, wow, really? He just villain of the week Seymour just keeps on coming back as a different spirit? Does no one ever just make him move? Warden of the Grave. Okay, I was wondering if there's a legendary creature. It's a plus encounters mana deck. Ravos gives 4 mana to Hydras when casting. Right, okay, yeah. Straight into the Bill 99. Oh, true. Bristly Bill. I kind of really want to put Aragorn in there, but you're right. The old Bristly Bill. Well... yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright. He wants to become the next Sin by the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, at that point, why wouldn't I want to be the next Sin? Fuse with and destroy everything. I mean, if I kept coming back as like a Saturday morning villain getting beat over and over again, and if I just simply refuse to learn my lesson, then yeah, I'd want to blow up the world too. Alright. Let's talk about Maester Seymour. Chat gave me the entire rundown on this guy. So, 2 in a green, 1/3 human elf cleric at the beginning of combat on your turn. Put a number of plus encounters equal to Maester Seymour's power on another target creature you control. Then 3 green Monstrosity X, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. So the biggest thing about him is that it's put X plus +1 counters equal to his power on another creature on your upkeep. So if his power is boosted in any other way, shape, or form, right? Like, even if he is, like, getting +1/+1 or +5/+5, that would be 6 counters on another creature, right? So the first commander I would throw him in would be Bristly Bill Spinesower, right? This is already a +1/+1 counter mono green commander. Landfall makes Seymour bigger. Combat makes something else bigger. You're spreading all that stuff around. That's great, right? Next, Arwen Weaver of Hope. And go to combat, put a counter on Arwen Weaver of Hope, and then now every other creature enters with +1/+1 counters, right? You're already doing the thing here. And then on top of that, to kind of really nail down how strong he can be, I would say Jodah the Unifier, right? Because you're already having a board full of legendary creatures getting +X for every legendary creature you have. Then you go to combat and put all of those plus and plus encounters on another big giant creature, probably Jodah, so you can get commander damage in. And then to top it off, you still have Monstrosity X, will just basically like quadruple the amount of counters on Master Seymour. So there's a lot that you can do with him. You can either keep him in a plus and plus encounter package or an Anthem package where in some way, shape, or form you're buffing his power so that he can make someone else stronger. But again, just really, really good in plus and plus encounter decks. And there we go. Boom. We did it. He also kidnaps Yuna multiple times. Multiple times. Does he show up in X2? What in the friggity... Okay, what is this? Sphere Grid, 1 in the green, enchantment. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a plus and plus encounter on that creature. Unlock ability. Creatures you control with plus and plus encounters on them have reach and... What? It's the skill tree menu. Oh, that's kind of, okay. That's cute. That's cute. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. He literally attempts to marry her in a big ceremony. Jesus. Hey. So, what's how many other cards used to exist to mimic a fraction of Sphere Grid's power, right? Like, what other cards separately did we have to do everything Sphere Grid does on a creature, right? Because like there's the like Tarkir cards, right? To give creature with a +1/+1 reach, I'm pretty sure that was like a 3 or 4 drop creature. To give them trample, I think the lowest drop was 2, which is like a bug or something. And then, but now that's just all on an enchantment, so now the creature that's easy to destroy. And the curse of whatever it is, whenever your creature hits, they get a +1/+ encounter. Like, okay. Please insert the Invincible Omni-Man meme in post. Editor, please do that specifically. This is... Your boyfriend, Bristly Bill. True. I mean, Bristly Bill loves this card. I mean, this is kind of... I mean... Okay. Where does this card... I literally mean it. Where does this card not go? Where does this card not go? Clearly, I mean, like, instantly, Shalai and Halar, right? Instantly. Like, let's not even mince words. Driz Du Erden. That's true. Oh, there's infinite options. That's crazy. That's kind of wild how many millions of options there are. I don't really know what to say, to be honest. There's literally so many options. This goes in every green deck next. True. Anything not green, even then you could still probably like try to just squeeze it in there. Like just try to like pretend and see if your opponents know this. I wouldn't. I would be so like just so sad that we're getting absolutely thrashed. Yeah, I mean, here, I'm just gonna like literally I'm just gonna take like the top +1/+ encounter decks. I mean, of my current green decks, I don't really want it in any of them. Well, for +1/+ encounter decks, right? This card is OP. I do want to, like, I just do want to point out, Sphere Grid is incredibly strong, right? In terms of how, you know how I'm saying, like, the Final Fantasy set is going to make games quicker? This is kind of what I mean. Sphere Grid is 2 mana, do what 3 separate cards do all in one, which is incredibly strong. Incredibly strong. So yeah, Sphere Grid definitely wants to go in any Shalai and Halar deck. I think that's going to be probably the most powerful place you can put it, because you're going to deal massive amounts of damage with Shalai and Halar. right? Whenever anything deals combat damage. And then Hamza, right? Just in terms of go wide strategies, Hamza's a deck that already wants a bunch of creatures that plus and plus encounters. Now all those creatures have reach and trample. And then to top it all off, you have Skullbriar, right? Having your commander constantly have reach and trample and plus and plus encounters that just never leave. What are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And in the Hamza group, we just had Abzan decks come out, right? Like, we just had Abzan decks come out with Felithar and Baitor. Throw Sphere Grid in there, and there you go, right? Like, you're just, How good in the Merfolk deck? Oh, no. Oh, you're right. Oh, no. Oh, no. My Commander deck's gonna get that much better. My Commander deck is gonna get that much better, chat. My Commander deck is right here. Right here. You can't, yeah, of course. I should have seen that coming. Right here. This is gonna be crazy. Yo, forget Hamza, bro. Forget Hamza. Have you met Kamena? This is crazy tech right here. That's Vladimir Ilowski. How good in the Merfolk deck? Cracked. Cracked. You're building Hackball right now? Respect. Yeah, that's cracked, bud. That's cracked. Hey, Collector Investor, good to see you. Felix 5 Boots likes 5 Boots. Oh, yeah, it is combat damage. That's right. True. Yeah, wow. This is, yeah, no, Sphere Grid is... Jesus, man. Reach and trample. That's vile. Alright, let's card this OP. Yep, you're right. Chat, cards OP. Alright, send it to the editor. Let's go to the next one. Next one is... Slelinda. Alright. Next card is Shalinda, Yevon Acolyte. Give me the lore. Green and a white. Green and a white. Legendary creature, human cleric, 2/2 with lifelink. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a plus and plus encounter on that creature if its power is less than Shalinda's power. Otherwise, put a plus and plus encounter on Shalinda. Okay, that's kind of cute, actually, right? I'm guessing, just from her abilities, that she is some sort of religious mentor figure. I see her teaching children, because it's like, she's a 2/2. Another creature that's bigger than her like comes in, she gets bigger, and then she teaches the youth under her to get bigger. Right? Is that kind of like what I'm thinking? Hey, Noah Spawns, good to see you. I've been quite well. That may be fun, your Black Panther deck? Yeah. And this is basically Evolve, right? Evolve, but like also buff other people. She travels around the world trying to convince the Crusaders not to throw their lives away fighting sin. Oh, well, that's fair. That's, yeah, okay, fair. Does it work? Plus, this is a go wide commander for sure. Like her abilities scream go wide, obviously. Is there anything particularly what she's about? I mean, just give me like, just give me guys. Just let me go wide. What makes tokens? Like, just in green white, right? Oh, who's the bunny lady? Who's the rabbit lady? Rabbit token. Ooh, Kadira. Yeah. Yeah, this is one. Right, so deals combat damage to a player. For each token you draw, make a bunch of rabbit tokens. Like, Shalinda will just like, hey, for all these tokens getting made, plus and plus encounters on all of them. Can you Stifle Boseiju, who shelters all's counter effect? Yes? It's an activated ability. I'm pretty sure you can. And she's secretly in and she's secretly an unsent the whole time. The hell is an unsent? She's another summoner who tests unit at multiple times during the story. She teaches you new summoner mechanics. Nice. Phineas. Oh, Okanek. Oh, yeah. Okanek Au. Yeah, is already dead, but unsent to the afterlife. Oh, that's kind of cool. How did she die? But it's a mana ability. That's why I asked. Oh. It is a mana ability, isn't it? I was thinking of the other Boseiju, sorry. Pay to life. If that. Oh no. That's not a that is a mana ability. Yeah. So you can't do that. No. She died during her pilgrimage, which is why she warns others. Oh, okay. If you aren't sent after you die, you're an unsent. Yes. Okay. We're getting close to the Final Fantasy stuff that confused me in 13 with the l'Cie and Pulse l'Cie and all that stuff. Whenever a token is made, she makes a 1/1 soldier. I forgot her name. Oh, she's a queen. You're right. Whenever a token is made, you make a 1/1, which is there's a lot of creatures like that now that I think about it, right? She's a green-white card from like Brothers War or something. Queen, yes, Queen. Yep, Queen Aliana. Equals the number of creatures you control. Whenever one more creatures would be created, you also make a 1/1 soldier. Yeah, like that's super fair, right? Just in terms of like, hey, here's a bunch of green white creatures that she kind of like vibes with, you know. It's all in here. Yeah, okay. So this is a pretty straightforward one. There aren't a ton of that effect. Yeah, not really. No, there's not, which is great. Hey, listen, she goes right into these decks, easy peasy. All right. Yeah, we can blow through this one real fast. All right. The ultimate complement to any of your Selesnya Go Wide decks is here in Shalinda Yevon Acolyte. Green and a white, 2/2 legendary creature, human cleric. Lifelink, and whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature if its power is less than Shalinda's power. Otherwise, put a +1/+1 counter on Shalinda. So Shalinda is really good for go wide strategies, right? You can put in a ton of 1/1s, and then she'll give them +1/+1 counters. And if she gets any bigger, that's even better, because now if there's 2/2s that come in, so on and so forth, right? So one of the first commanders I would put her in is Caldera, Caller of the Small. This is all about putting in rabbits, just endless rabbits. Shalinda right here is going to make them all 2/2s. And then, since we're going to be making creatures have more power than they naturally have, Sovereign Okanek Owl will be great because he loves creatures that are bigger than their naturals written on it. He loves creatures that are bigger than their written text. So, she's go perfect in there. And then, lastly, you have cards like Queen Alina of Rubak, which is, honestly, any type of commander that says make tokens on top of the tokens that you're already making. As long as they're in green-white, Shalinda's going to go in that sort of deck. But, again, it's just anything that's like this, that goes wide, makes a bunch of tokens, Shalinda's going to have a perfect home in. And there we go. Ooh, disconnect. What happened? There we go. Editor, go. It's hard to like blow through these things. Like, this is such a weird set. It's hard and also easy. Like, it's easy because I don't have like an attachment to any of these, but it's also difficult because there's so many. Next card is Summon Magus Sisters. What the hell is this? Alright. Summon Magus Sisters, 4 and a green. For a 5/5 Saga Fairy. Choose one at random. Combine powers. Put 3 +++ counters on target creature. Defense. Put a shield counter on target creature. you gain 3 life. Or fight. This creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. What do we want this for? You know, this is, I mean, it's like whatever. They're an optional summon you can find for Yuna. Yeah, they look optional, I guess. I mean, hey, it's a bunch of bugs. Okay, anyway, choose one at random. So chapter 1, 2, and 3 are all just like, you could do, like, you can end up with combined powers, defense. You can end up not doing fight at all, which is silly, I guess. I don't know. Too expensive cycling for Bill. Too expensive CMC for Bill, and I agree with that. I mean, this doesn't necessarily help anything. Lord Time, it's another summoner. 3 bug-themed sisters. Pretty sure I saw them in Dragon Ball Super. Yes, I agree. Nath. Of the Dire Hunt. Sure. Yeah. You know, if you know what? You are right about that. Nath would like this. Probably because they play different in Final Fantasy 2. You can only tell them play aggressive, play defensive, but you can't actively control them. Really? Interesting. That's an interesting one. Okay. I'm dropping that in my Tom Bombadil deck. Really? I mean, like, I guess this is a saga that's a creature, right? So, like, it does help you in Tom Bombadil, right? That's fair. It does help you actually have, like, a creature to defend with. What else? Where else would this go? I mean, like, I guess maybe in, who's the other saga lady? It's not, the one that's, the sub-commander for Onyxia. You know who I mean. Narcy, thank you. Thank you, Endboy. Yes, Narcy, there we go. Wait, whoa, was that Ko the Face Sealer? What did I just see? Yo, Narcissism is just Ko the Face Sealer. When did that... the avatar set's already here? That's crazy. Anyway. Fable Singer. Yep. Okay. The one that removes lore counters? No. To be honest with you, I don't think I want to remove lore counters from these people. Like, not really. Most things that remove lore counters only remove them, like, one at a time. So you kind of want to focus on, like, a specific saga that you want to remove lore counters from. Because these are random abilities, I don't know when you would want to... when you would choose to remove lore counters from this versus every other saga out there. You know what I'm saying? I'd blink this. I mean, okay. You know, like, alright, yeah, sure. You know, it's a card. It's a magic card. I think this is an easy takeout. But, Summon Mega Sisters, 4 and a green, 5/5, Saga Fairy, choose one at random. Either put 3 counters on target creature, put a shield counter on target creature, you gain 3 life, or this creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. I'm not the biggest fan of this. I'm not the fan of random, so I don't really care for this card. Yeah, like, it being random just makes it kind of whatever. But, hey, if you're going to put this in any deck, if you just got to find a place for it. Naiath of the Dire Hunt. Chat was really cool on saying, like, hey, at least this card does fight, and Naiath does like it when creatures fight. And then you have Tom Bombadil. This is a saga that you can put in a Tom Bombadil deck that will be able to fight, right? So at the very least, you have more creatures on the battlefield, so Tom's not just the only one there, which is pretty nice. And hey, maybe this fight's something that matters. And then lastly, you have Narcy, Fable Singer, right? Like, I hope that you can get to chapter 3 on this, and then Narcy can do her thing with all the saga stuff, and that this card doesn't die during a fight. But hey, maybe you can put a shield counter on Narcy so that she can survive board wipes, which is not bad. You do actually want that for cards like Narcy. But yeah, this is just kind of like whatever. The Marchesa that's on the back side of Invasion of Fiora that removes counters en masse. Well, she's mono black, but yeah, sure. Beh, meh. Yeah. This can go in Sutina. Who the fuck is Sutina? The fuck is this? This is all about lands. What are you talking about? Anyway. Next card. Tromel Seymour's Butler. Ooh, the Butler. Butler's looking evil. Sutina is not a landfall deck? Sure. If you say so. All About Curve. 5 is her magic number. If you say so. Anyway. Tromel, Seymour's Butler. 2 and a green. 2/3 Elf Advisor. Each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. What could be wrong with that? Pay 1 and tap. Proliferate X times, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control that enter this turn. Okay, this is really strong. Okay. I mean, at least it's non-token creatures, so I guess it's not infinite. Lore Time, the Butler stops you from sending Seymour and allowing him to manipulate Yevon further. Cool. Seems evil. Yeah, this is, I think, the most insane proliferate I've ever seen, right? Like, is that, I think that's fair to say, right? Like, this, I've never seen proliferate X, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control that enter this turn. This is wild. This is, like, this is... What? At least it's non-token creatures, so you can't do, I mean, you can do whatever you want. God. Okay, where does this not go, I guess, is the real question. Basically, he made everything worse. Don't most butlers. Oh, Metastatic Evangel above this, but it's a high bar. It's a high bar, but, like, this is... Hey, Metastatic Evangel's 2 mana, this is 3, right? This is just the next one that goes in. And then you play Atraxa, and you're just going. Black Panther, ooh, yeah, Black Panther is actually really good on this one. Yeah, because it just kind of already goes in with what Black Panther wants. Creatures entering, right? Just like already. So this is just going on top of that. Ezri, Stalker of the Spheres, yeah. Yeah. Whenever you proliferate, draw a card. Proliferate X. Wait. Hold on. Does that work how I think it works? Do you draw 2 cards? If you proliferate twice? Holy shit, you do. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's insane. That's crazy. Oh no. Oh, brother, no. That's... Oh, wow. Okay. That's crazy. Poison deck persists? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna say, like, Finn the Fangbearer, right? Like, yeah, like, obviously this guy can go in, like, whatever, but just to tie it into, like, something green, you know, like, Finn the Fangbearer is, you know, obvious. Like, obviously this man wants this shit. Okay. I mean, shit, I don't even know what to say. This is kind of cracked. I gotta... Yeah, this is a whole instantly going your Mawu Planeswalker typo deck. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that, Nobleman Rose, for sure. Need this for a Commander Sakar deck. Oh! Sakura is the one that made... No, hold on, wait, what? Sakura is the one that makes, like, the tokens, right? Did I spell Sakura wrong? Which one is Sakura? Which one is Secure? Sorry, I'm like I got hyper fixated for a second. My bad. Um. Anyway, yeah, this is cracked. All right, let's just do the whole thing on this one. Yeah. Proliferate X is one of the most powerful proliferates I've ever seen, and it's on like a butler. Like, what's going on here? Yeah, introducing Tromel Seymour's Butler, 2 and a green, 2/3 Elf Advisor. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it has an additional counter on it, right? Cool, whatever. Pay 1 and tap, proliferate X times, where X is the number of non-token creatures you control that entered this turn. You can do a lot to make non-token creatures enter your battlefield this turn. Like a lot. Like a lot. Which is, already pretty wild. But being able to proliferate X times is something I've never quite seen before. So, like, the first commander that you want to put this in, Black Panther, Wakanda King, because already Black Panther is looking for non-token creatures to enter, so he can put plus and plus encounters on lands and eventually use them, etc. This Butler goes right in that sort of deck, because you're already trying to amplify what Black Panther does. Seymour goes right along with it. Next up, Azuri, Stalker of Spheres, proliferate X, and then every time you proliferate, draw a card. So if you proliferate 5 times, you draw 5 cards. That's wacky. What? Definitely put that right in. And then lastly, decks like Finn the Fangbearer, right? Like, if you're gonna do poison, you might as well go all out. Here's a mono green guy just already doing poison counters. You can hit everyone just like once or twice with poison, right? And then just play creatures, and then suddenly you just proliferate X, and just the game ends in your favor. Isn't that fantastic for you? So yeah, this Butler is gonna literally end games for people. I don't know if that's what he did in the lore. Seems like he made the games go a lot longer and a lot worse. But yeah, Seymour's Butler is absolutely cracked. God, all right. And for sure, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. All right, I think that was a follow. Yes. All right, that's wacky. Next card, Yuna's Decision. All right. Yuna's Decision. 3 and a green sorcery. Choose one. Continue the pilgrimage. Sacrifice a creature you control. If you do draw a card, then you may put a creature card and or a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Or find another way. Return 1 or 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. All right, lore me up, because this looks like it's all lore. Here, seeing all these green cards, I'm starting to feel a little tingly inside. I'm feeling disgusted. Temur Ascendancy, Helix Pinnacle, Darksteel Reactor. Jesus Christ, you're so right about literally every single one of those cards. He's a pretty interesting like mono green alternate win con commander. I don't think I've ever seen that before. He goes right in line with the new Zimone. Okay, so 4 mana, sack a creature, draw a card, put Ghalta into play. Cool. Or just return to target permanence. And the fact that it's target permanence is honestly just as strong as putting a creature into play for free, right? Because it's not like, it doesn't have to be non-land cards, doesn't have to be only creatures. It's just target permanence, right? So planeswalkers, enchantments, artifacts, whatever it is. And having that on a 4-drop? 4-drop sorcery for recursion is pretty good. Recursion or a free spell. This is actually really, really strong. You can just choose to do anything with this. Laura, this is when her and Titus have a talk about all the fun things they could do. She leaves her quest to defeat Sin, ending her life. She ultimately says she can't because people are depending on her. That's wonderful. Kind of paraphrasing, but it's an important moment. I would imagine this is an important moment for sure. Yeah, I'm sure this is like freaking 10 minutes long. I believe that. Okay, so Yuna's Decision. And this is just a pretty universal every card, like any green. You know what I mean? Like, I think this is objectively universal. This is also their underwater date scene. Oh, I see them in the water. They look very dry. They look very dry. And he has ripped abs. Who did that? Who sculpted that? big song plays, hell yeah. Yeah, I think this card just goes into literally any green deck. Very beautiful song with First Kiss. Ooh, hopefully not the last. You need a reason to put a 4-mana sorcery in your green deck, and that's some stiff competition. If you're running this, it's to combo because it doesn't exile itself. You're right, it doesn't exile itself. Cool. Cool. So, the Ghalta Stampede Tyrant that lets you just put everything into play. It's pretty cool. I mean, just like big green cards that just want to like come into play, or at the very least return from the graveyard. I believe it was the last. No, what the heck? The game actually ends with someone dying. That's messed up. I don't even think that there's much of an analysis needed for this card. I think that this honestly just kind of goes in any green deck you want. I know, like we are saying, like, yeah, 4 mana is kind of stiff competition, but in terms of like a card that covers like the recursion sort of spells that you kind of want to have in decks, on top of also, hey, sometimes if you have it there and a card like Ghalta in your hand, you just get to put it into play for free, right? Like, you just get to do the thing, which I think is incredibly powerful by itself. So I think this truly just goes into any deck with green that has a plan for doing this, like, for a longer-ish game that you can at least, like, kind of put forward a win pretty soon. And then the fact that this does not exile itself is very important, as chat pointed out. This doesn't exile itself, so you can combo to get this back, return a non-land card, whatever. Boom, Yuna's Decision once again. So if you have a Spellslinger deck, you could still actually use this card. Really, 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 really wild. Narcy, you're binning enchantments. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, like Narcy deck, and enchantment decks that die, artifact decks that die, planeswalkers. You can even get planeswalkers back, right? Like, you can put 2 planeswalkers back into your hand from your graveyard. That's kind of sick. Karth the Lion wants that easily, right? This is really strong. This is a really, really strong card. You can do anything with this. But yeah, I'm gonna put Karth the Lion on there too, just as like an example of like, yeah, man, like you can even put Karth the Lion, right? Because Karth is a deck that wants planeswalkers. If those planeswalkers die, they're gonna be a little hard to get back, but this 4-mana card puts 2 of them back in hand, so you can just keep on going. Very, very strong. If you can pick up like a single or 2 of Yuna's Decision, I think that you will set yourself up in the future for having a really, really good green sorcery, in my personal opinion. If you can pick up like a Commander booster pack 1 or 2 copy of this card, I would absolutely do that. That's what I'm going to do, for sure. For sure. Okay, next one. Yuna's Whistle. Just let me know when you're done making... Oh, yeah. Okay. On to Yuna's Whistle. 1 green instant. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you reveal a creature card this way, put X plus and plus encounters on target creature you control, where X is the mana value of that card. Okay. This is fun. This is alright. I actually think this card's kind of lame. Like, I'm sure you can actually... I'm sure you can, you know, you can go like a creatureless deck. You know, what's his face? Cody or something, right? Just do like a creatureless deck, get this, and get like the 1 creature, you know, Emrakul or some shit. And then I guess you get to put X plus, you could put 16 plus and plus encounters on your commander, I guess, you know, whatever. More lore. At this point, Tidus has found out that she will die at the end of the journey, that Yevon is full of crap, and she's not really having a good time, but find solace in Tidus. Solace teaches Yuna to whistle in the story so she can whistle if they ever get separated. It's a very sweet moment and a bittersweet moment at the end. No! This is from the end of the game. Tidus taught her to whistle in the game. Should they whistle? Should he come running? Does he come running? Or is he sent back in time? It's an instant, so it's pretty decent combat trick. Ooh, that's a very, very good point. Regrettable decisions. Yes. Yes, it is a combat trick, right? So you are able to, like, hey, your opponent's attacking with X, Y, and Z, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, add a bunch of plus and counters to your creatures. It's still, like, luckily, well, for the sake of balance in the game, you're not dividing the plus and counters. You are just putting X counters on one target creature. And for 3 mana, just to put like a creature into hand and then add a couple counters, if your deck is truly as random as this precon is, 3 mana just to get like a 2-drop to your hand and put 2 counters on a creature, typically not really that worthwhile. But again, I'm saying that, like, if you're doing some sort of weird Cody deck or just have an Eldrazi and no other creatures in there, that's kind of when I think Yuna's Whistle's better than average. Cast Merchant, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. This one's a very specific curve, and that means avoiding 1 to 3 mana dorks. Right, which I find to be kind of a little difficult, I'm building Naya Tifa, so I might use this in it. Yeah, Tifa getting plus and counters on her is pretty important, right? You only need to have like 7 power, and Tifa's already like a 4/4. A land deck can probably do this. They need to get a creature that they like. I mean, there's a lot of creatures in land decks that are just kind of whatever, right? Like they're just like, all right. I mean, hell, like Zimone, Landfall Manifest Dread Zimone does not want this card. Because even though that's like a landfall deck, she's doing stuff that does not preclude this. I don't know. I'm just not really about this card. I think 3 mana is quite a bit of... I think it's good that it's 3 mana, because I don't think green should have everything under the sun. But I personally think that this is largely just getting like some sort of combo deck, right? Some sort of weird only Emrakul's in the deck sort of thing, and then Yuna can get Emrakul and surprise someone. But other than that, meh. Alright. It's great for Helga. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card, gain 1 life, put a +1/+1 counter on Helga. Tab, add X mana of any one color where X is Helga's power. Spend this only to cast creature spells with mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells with X in their mana cost. You're not wrong. I'll give you that. I'll give you this moment. Yeah. Helga Skittish is definitely a card that this deck might want to use, but yeah, that's kind of it. I'm not gonna dive too deeply onto this one. That's just cool. All right, next one. Next card is Sin, Unending Cataclysm. Okay, let's dive right into it. We have the Undying Cataclysm themselves, Sin. Oh my god, it was going to be so cool, and then I messed it all up. Boop. Alright, Sin, Unending Cataclysm. 5 green and a blue for a 5/5 Leviathan Avatar. That does look beautiful. Flying Trample. As Sin enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Sin enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. When Sin dies, put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle that card into its owner's library. Shuffle this card into their opponent's or owner's library. A 7 mana 5/5 with flying and trample. Enters, takes a bunch of counters. I guess it is all counters, so she does get to like just really take everything, right? And then twice the number of counters removed this way. How would you know? Love this card. Resets your summons. Oh, it does reset your summons, because even if a saga has no loyalty on it, it'll still add to chapter 1, right? Here's Daddy. Here's Daddy Sin, Unending Cataclysm. It can remove opponents from counters up to. Yeah, it is all counters from any number, right, that you choose. So it doesn't target. You get around hexproof. If your opponents have like 0/0 creatures that get +1/+1 counters, they have what do you call them? Fractals. Then this is pretty sick. Yeah, Chris, that's a good. This is a good point. This is a good point. Artifact. You get to ruin your opponent's alternate win cards too with taking the counters away from artifacts. Yeah, this is really sweet. Yeah, it takes the opponent's counters too. You can just steal opponent's counters and keep your own. Also true, right? Right, because you have access twice the number. Glad this isn't in Abzan. I'm glad this is in blue-green. Which is, I honestly thought I would never say, but like Abzan already does like enough. You know what I mean? It doesn't need this. It doesn't need another one of these. All right, where's this going? Where are we putting this one? I like the idea of taking things away from sagas. Tom Bombadil actually fits this thing. Yeah, Tom Bombadil actually goes in here. So you can just see, yeah, including hexproof and indestructible counters, which happens all the time. Let me tell you. What else do we need? What else? Tom Bombadil can definitely use this card just fine. I don't really know who wants counters removed. Your opponents could be doing +1/+1 counter strategies, right? That's totally fine. That's totally fair and valid. And this one card would kind of undo all that. But in terms of like a commander for Sin to go into, there's not really like the biggest amount of options of like commanders that want you to take their +1/+1 counters away. Kinesos. Yeah, he does like Leviathans. He do be on that Leviathan life. I'll give you that. Yeah, he loves all Leviathans. No green, I'm dumb. No, he's blue-green. Kinesos is blue-green. He has a blue-green ability in the lower area. Arixmethes. Millennial Clock. You take things away from Millennial. The only interaction Sin has with the Millennial Clock is by taking stuff away. Unless you really want Sin to become super huge. He does have Sin does have Flample. Sin does have Flample, right? And is when he enters, really he just wants haste. Sin just wants haste more than anything. And you're never gonna get it. You blue-green ass looking ass. Yeah, so he doesn't have him saved. Yeah. No, until someone plays. What's that green spell that gives everything haste? Yeah, it's gonna murder people. I'm trying to think if there's like another commander that really wants to deal with this. Because it ain't me. I'll tell you that much. Am I any small cards that make haste counters? And blue-green? No, not really. Yeah, which is fine. Like, whatever. Not every commander has to have like 12 different cards that it goes into. So, not Finn the Fangbearer. Yeah, let me just kind of get this out of the way. Alright, so we have the second card for the main enemy of Final Fantasy X, another version of Sin. This Sin has all the crimes of blue-green wrapped up in one. 7 mana 5/5 Leviathan avatar with flying and trample. When Sin enters the battlefield, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. and it enters with X +1/+1 counters, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. When Sin dies, put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. So hey, Sin never goes away. It just goes into the deck to be reshuffled later. It gives apparently all of its malice and hatred to like one thing. And then Flample is increasingly relevant nowadays. Flample used to be a completely joked on ability, but it's kind of pretty good. And we're trying to figure out what are the best counters to remove from things. Like, you can remove your own finality counters, or you can help someone do that, but I don't know. It's just like a weird world that they live in. But don't worry, our commanders will save us from Sin, which surprise is not like a mechanic for it. You can remove counters from opposites. Right, yeah. Removing counters from your opponent's lands is pretty good. Do not remove... Oh, no, not their lands. Artifact, creatures, and enchantments. Okay, you can't take stuff from their dark depths. Interesting and sad. But that's fine by me. Take all of our sins. Take all of blue-green sins. And maybe we'll forgive. We'll forgive Simic for being Simic. Alright. Waka. Waka waka. Alright. Sorry, I just gotta repeat the system again. Alright, so this is Waka. Chat, hit me with that Waka lore. Wait. Waka's voiced by Jean DiMaggio? Damn, okay. Doesn't green have make land creatures abilities like crazy? Make land creature abilities like crazy? Yes, blue-green has more abilities like that than not. That doesn't necessarily do much with Sin. Enter Ozolith, the colorless one, or the green one. Yeah, getting more +1/+1 counters is fine. I was just like looking for commanders that Sin necessarily goes in. I think I probably should have looked for cards that go in Sin. So maybe that was my fault. I probably should have tried to like find things that Sin go in Sin, but not the other way around. We'll be fine. We'll live. I think Sin has a better Sultai card, so it's alright. Waka's another Blitzball player. All of Tidus's impossible feats of lung capacity. Waka does that too. So they can, again, they're going down for hours and not coming up for air. Alright. I don't know who this Waka guy is, but chat is going off the rails about him. Introducing Waka Devoted Guardian. 2 green and white for a 4/4 human warrior with reach, trample, and whenever Waka deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target artifact that player controls and put a +1/+1 counter on Waka. Blitzball Captain. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. My lord. Okay. So with Flample, doesn't have Vigilance, which is good. So for Reach Trample, I assume that blocking flying creatures is just kicking the ball at them, which is very funny. Whenever Waka deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to 1 target artifact the player controls, and put a +1/+1 counter on Waka. That's completely fair and fine. And then Blitzball Captain. At the beginning of your end step, if a counter was put on Waka this turn, which is when you hit something, or you just breathe, I guess, Waka just put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature. Jesus. Min-maxing your board state to produce the most amount of creatures to a wider board state is like 90% of this deck. In the pure heart, dumb of... hold on, let me catch up with what you said. Waka's another thing. In the pure heart dumbass homosexual triangle, Waka's very dumb of ass, yeah. Yuna's guardian and kind of acts like her big brother. Captain of the Baseed Aurochs Blazeball team. Highly religious and doesn't trust Albed. Hashtag go back to sports. Kickball better. Lore time. He finds Tidus washed up on the Beseed shoreline after his second encounter with Sin. Wakka is the captain of the worst Blitzball team. He basically adopts Tidus because no one believes that he's from the past. Instead, they think that Tidus got too close to Sin and lost their real memory. He's also very racist. Okay. So, when do I like him? This nice guy, they gave him reach because in-game, in his tutorial, he's about dealing with flying enemies in Final Fantasy X. Okay, that's really funny. That's really funny. He does undergo character growth. Is he like a dumb jock? Like, is he like dumb jock character? Because they're kind of giving him that face. Yes? Okay, okay. Okay. That makes sense. And you know what? I maybe, you know, call me out on this. I think putting him with Sovereign Okanik Owl is pretty kind of like on theme because of just like the Blitzball theme, and he kind of has like Native American, more like Mezzo, I guess, or no, yeah, certainly more Native American kind of garb on, which is kind of where the Okanek kind of dress is too. You know what I'm saying? Mods come through. Polynesian, thank you. Yeah, he's big, he's loud, he's a jock, perfect. Aragorn and Arwen wed. Yeah. Getting plus encounters and everything. I mean, just go wide, right? Like, just go wide with any amounts of creatures, and then you just go tall. And then you just add in a couple of those the cards that like plus encounters, and double them up, and you're good. Yeah, Aragorn and Arwen wed definitely can take this boy in. Inspired, I thought. His message got blocked. Not sure why. Oh, something got blocked. Cool. Good. Maybe. It can remove counters from... Oh, no, sorry. Something else. Anything else? Reach, trample. That's cool. They're cool. Anything else about him? Destroying artifacts. I mean, destroying artifacts is really good. That's like really, really good. It's who was the blue Trigon Predator, right? Like former Trigon Predator, eat your heart out, right? Wakka's gonna rip and tear until the Blitzball game is won. If a thousand plays in Wakka this turn, plus one on each creature. Yeah, beginning of your end step, go ham. Do I put him in my Aragorn Rule 0 deck? No, he's too much of a dumb jock. I don't want him. He's dumb. He's stupid. Sorry about that. Yeah, really, these are the cards I want. Yeah. What else? There's gotta be another, token go wide man. I guess all of them are token go wide makers, so it really just doesn't matter. Yeah, they're all just kind of like doing the same thing, right? Especially the Sovereign, because he likes having power and toughness bigger than the baseline. Only artifacts not enchantments. Correct. I think he refers to the Arab-coded race as Dirty Albed. Yeah, perfect. Good. I love Japanese racism. What's another commander for him? Felithar. Yeah, Felithar, Dawn of the Abzan, is perfect for him too. Aragorn the Uniter. I mean, we can go everywhere with this, right? Like, I mean, all of these commanders that do plus encounters to your board, like, the board gets it, then Wakka gets it, then the board gets it again, right? Like, okay, you know, whoop-de-doo, right? Would you recommend the Cloud Precon? Big ol' CG. I recommend every single one of these precons, right? Every single one of them. Every single one of them. If you like Final Fantasy, if you like any of these characters whatsoever, get that precon. 1, because you're going to have a whole deck, so you're ready to play. 2, that deck will allow you to get used to playing Commander, get used to playing Magic. You can stay within the set if you want, etc., etc., whatever. And then you can go on from there. You can add upgrades from outside just the Final Fantasy set. This is kind of what we're doing right here. If you want to augment decks that you already have, or you want to see Wakka, if Wakka is your favorite character, and you want to see him in a deck that really, really like could use him, the commanders above are decks that can use him probably better than Tidus can. Apparently the Science Precon needs a lot of fixing. Cool. I think we're going over that one next. So yeah, let me do a quick one on Wakka here. Introducing the Blitzball Champion Extraordinaire, +1/+1 counter, Hype God, we have Wakka, Devoted Guardian. Wakka Devoted Guardian is all about going wide and then putting +1/+1 counters on all of your creatures. And that's exactly what Aragorn and Arwen Wed want, right? These two already enter the battlefield, put counters on everything, and gain you a life. And then Wakka will get a +1/+1 counter, say, hey, that's freaking awesome. How about we get another layering of +1/+1 counters on everyone? And then... Oops, sorry, what happened here? Oh no. My stream deck break? The stream break? Everything went wrong. Felithar, Dawn of the Abzan does the similar thing. You're going to sacrifice a creature, put +1/+1 counters on all of your things, and then end step, Wakka will put another set of +1/+1 counters on everything. And then lastly, you have Sovereign Okinek Owl. As long as there's +1/+1 counters that are changing the base power and toughness of your creatures, you're going to get additional power with the Sovereign. And because Wakka has Trample, one, he's going to activate his ability all the time of destroying artifacts, which is great, but he's going to constantly deal damage so that the Sovereign can give him more and more counters and deal a crap ton of damage. So if you're looking for Wakka to be even more powerful and really make his marking commander, you're going to want to find these commanders up here because they do a little bit more with +1/+1 counters than the base deck does. There we go. That was a thing. Oh god, he blows up artifacts because he's racist against Albin and their Machina. No! No, you're right. Oh no, he's racist. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's so sad. They kind of... Yes. Do you love the flavor of racism? What if they made, like, his ability in, like, the italics was just, like, Dirty Albed or something? Or, oh my god, if he had flavor text, Dirty Albed, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucked up. Alright. Alright, let's go back to monocolors. Spartan, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I'll wait for the sound to go away and then we can do the next one. Kind of how they made Aerith's ability a death trigger. True! Alright, chat, show me who is this samurai with a giant sword. Aaron, Venerated Guardian, 3 and a white, Human Spirit Samurai, a 2/5 with Vigilance and Shooting Star. Whenever Aaron attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Aaron's power until Aaron leaves the battlefield. So this is repeatable attacks, right? Like every time Aaron attacks, he's going to exile something new. And they're all going to go under him. And honestly, just thinking about cards in Commander that I see often, right? Like there's some enchantments that say like at the beginning of, you know, main phase 2 or main phase 1 or whatever it is, exile an additional card, you know, put it under this enchantment, right? But most enchantments just take one thing And the enchantments that take multiple things over, different phases of the turn and everything, they're pretty few and far between. But this guy right here just keeps on attacking and attacking and attacking. And every time he attacks, he just takes something. Savior of Olenbrock got tired of waiting for someone worthy of training them. Clearly, this guy, yeah, he takes Savior of Olenbrock's job. Shooting Star is by far the funniest overdrive in Final Fantasy X, in your opinion? Really? So yeah, cool. I mean, obviously this guy's extra combat, right? Whenever Auron attacks, put a plus and plus encounter on it. Let's see how many times we can make him attack, right? So I'm just gonna type in Aurelia now. If you can think of other ones, chat, But obviously the war leader. Isshin. Oh, Isshin. God, this is so cool. Isshin was such a mistake. And by a mistake, I mean, Isshin just gives everything. And, ooh, Isshin's also a samurai, too. Ooh. Lore time. Auron is one of Lord Braska's guardians. Helped him on his pilgrimage. Tidus also knows him from his timeline and Zarkin, funnily enough. In fact, he seems pretty in the know when Tidus gets isekai'd. He joins Yuna as another of her guardians, seeing as he served her father. Turns out he's an unsent. He was dead the whole time, having found out the truth about sin during his first pilgrimage. I'm not trying to reveal everything, but I don't want to know this. Okay, so he died, but he was not sent. I'm sure it was tragic. And he wanted to stay and help more people. He's like, I will help your daughter make this pilgrimage. Interesting. Oh no, he knows that Sin is Tidus's dad, and Tidus was a guardian of Yuna's father. Yeah? Okay. That's cute. And he knows Tidus when he gets isekai. Okay. I see you. I see how this is coming together. I like this. Alright, so yeah, obviously extra combats with Aurelia. Isshin 2 Heavens as one. Who's give me one more commander that goes sicko mode with this guy. We have extra combat triggers. We have extra combats. Is there any other aspect of this ability that like turns this to 11? He and Jack were both Yuna's partners, guardians. Yeah. Yuna's fathers, not partners, fathers. What else? Oh. If there's not something that triggers this again, I'm gonna say the War Doctor. The War Doctor wants this man's. Because there's nothing that prevents cards that are exiled from coming back in, right? Like, I know that there's stopping phasing from coming back in. Oh, Containment Priest, right? That's hot. Oh, that's hot. There it is. Yeah. Containment Priest is hot. That's not a commander, though, but I really want to bring it up. I'm going to just talk about it. That's hot. I think, yeah, that's really cool. Alright. That's why he's a spirit. Ral, because he's dead. Oh, I could put this in Renar. Oh, you could put this in you could put this in Ketramos. Damn. This can go in everything. This is a really good card. This is a stupidly good card, by the way. I don't know if everyone understands that, but this card's no joke. Jesus. Alright. Tidus finds out like halfway through, I think. Nice. Okay. I can dive into these. So, Auron, Venerated Guardian, is incredibly strong. So, one of the best things to have him do is get extra combats, right? So, the number one extra combat commander is obviously Aurelia, the war leader, right? Or anything like her that says, hey, take extra combats because he's going to be able to exile more things all in one turn, right? And instead of taking extra turns, taking extra combats does this way better. He gets bigger and bigger and bigger, hits even harder. The vigilance means that he doesn't even have to untap. So even if you have creatures that give you extra combats without untapping, he'll be fine because he's vigilant. Next up, we have Isshin 2 Heavens as one, because this is an on-attack trigger. So, on attack, Aron will be able to put a plus and counter, exile something smaller, and then put a plus and counter and exile something smaller again, all in one go. So Isshin Two Heavens as one. It's even if you go Samurai type, because Aron is Samurai. And then lastly, just commanders that benefit from you exiling stuff off of your opponent's board, just like the War Doctor, right? The War Doctor loves when you exile things because that gives him counters and he can deal more damage with that, probably remove something that's going to be too big for Aron to actually exile. Or commanders like Ketramos, who are going to draw cards when you exile things from the battlefield. All that stuff is, like, Aron is honestly one of the most powerful white creatures I've ever seen. One card that keeps on taking more and more and more creatures from the battlefield is just really, really strong. And any of these red-white decks would just freaking love to have him. And combine him with Containment Priest. So even if Aron dies and all those cards get freed, Containment Priest will make sure that they don't come back into play. And even if you just have Aron as your commander, Containment Priest has to go in there for sure. And there we go. Definitely the discard of the group. Oh, the DPS. Okay, wait, what? I was like, wait, what discard of the group? This guy looks very normal. Or just Schlorp tokens. Schlorp tokens? Or yes, or just Schlorp token. Right, you're right. Just exile tokens and then you're fine. True. Also true. This guy could be like honestly though, he could just be a commander all in it of himself, but you won't get extra combats in white or extra attack triggers in white. So you do really want red white. All right, next card. Chocobo Knights. And I think when in cards like this, like cards like Chocobo Knight here, we're not really gonna go like what deck can this go in, because this is just pretty straightforward, right? Whenever you attack creatures you control with counters on them, gain double strike until end of turn. I don't know what to tell you, man. Every single deck that has counters, right? Because Counter Deck needed its own Blade Historian. And right, Knight decks have double strike, and then there's Blade Historian just attacking creatures, but now it's just all your creatures with counters on them. And it doesn't matter what kind of counters, right? Doesn't matter what kind. Trample counters, cool, double strike. Plus and counters, cool, double strike. -1/-1 counters, cool, double strike. Literally goes in everything. The word counters is on your commander, and your white, consider this. True. That's it. It's just that straightforward. Hi, Grubhub Sandwich. It's good to see you, friend. Big heck and hearts. I miss you. I appreciate you so much. And I miss you. Lore Dump. They're soldiers that ride chocobos. Their leader gets massacred in an attack plan on Sin that goes horribly wrong. Oh no. That sucks. Are they just like are they just like one order of Chocobo Knights, or is there multiple order of Chocobo Knights? Like what? It looks like in this world Chocobo Knights are difficult. Only a select few can become a Chocobo Knight. You have to be a skilled rider or achieve some combat merit to become one. In fact, Toxic. No. MSC2, I'm sorry, the CDC. Yeah. A reversal. About time your ass showed up. Ostriches are only the noblest of mounts. True. I assume there are multiple. Okay, I got you. All right. This is fair enough. I mean, I just think Chocobo Knights are cool. I don't think that there's too much necessarily to say. But if we were going to throw them in a commander, right? It's like, okay, you know what? There is like Felithar. Felithar is someone that wants this. Felithar definitely wants these, because plus and counter creatures getting double strike is actually kind of rare. They have trample, they have flying, they have first strike, but double strike I actually don't recall any cards giving plus and counter havers double strike. So this is actually like kind of new, in all fairness. Knights, this is not a knight type of card at all, because knights already have double strike and they don't get counters like that. Having shield counters with double strike is very funny, actually. Shield counters and double strike is very, very funny. Ooh! I mean, something close to me, Aragorn. Oh, wow, yeah, hold on. Both Aragorns. You know, okay, so is it just plus encounters that are actually going to tie every single universes beyond together? Because yeah, I mean, like Aragorn Company Leader, who just tosses out different types of counters when you do the whole ring temp thing, you know, trample, blah 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 blah. Getting double strike is pretty amazing. But then on top of that, just Aragorn and Arwen Wed. Green white, put a counter on everything you own. They all have double strike. Easy. Easy. Easy peasy. This isn't a counter deck. It has good counter stuff. It has good counter stuff. Some of the best counter stuff I've ever personally seen. Don't know about you. But, like, yeah. Ever. Gonna save my stream for this tomorrow. Well, good. Save your ass for tomorrow. Alright. Chocobo Knights are dope. Next one. What is this? These are words. These words are not in the Bible. Alright, Gata and Luzu. 2 in a white, legendary creature, human soldier, 1/1 flash. When Gata and Luzu enters, choose target creature you control. If damage will be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many plus and counters on it. Sure. That's cool. This is fine. Who are these guys? Give me the lore. When we move on to the control deck, we'll probably have some 5 control commanders. Yeah, this is part of the infinite in this deck. Walking Ballista, Hardened Scales, Gata and Liza. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. You know what? I think for this card, that's all. I'm just gonna mention like that combo there. Yeah. Hardened Scales. Yeah. Because there's not much to say about this. Like, there's not really... I don't think that there's a commander that necessarily cares about all this. There's not like a Walking Ballista commander, right? So... Lore time. Another party of a summoner and her guardian on a pilgrimage. Long story short, she's an asshole, bullies Luna. Okay, so is it like... So how many summoners are there? Is it like... is every summoner making a pilgrimage to Sin, or what? She's like the school mean girl? Is there like a school of summoners? God knows there are both crusaders that fight Sin with... And you just spelled Sin with a C. I'm so confused. With only Gata surviving the battle. Like, aw. Is it because Luzu jumps in the way and dies right here? No school? Okay, I mean, listen. All these summoners sound like brats. You're getting tired. It's almost 3 a.m. It's okay. I appreciate it. I didn't know if Sin was spelled with a C. Sometimes, don't yell at me. Yeah. I'm just gonna talk about this combo really fast. Let me just do this. Yeah, I'm just gonna talk about this freaking combo really fast. There is an infinite combo in the precon deck right out of the box. If you get Gato and Luzu, which is a 2 in a white, 1/1 human soldier with flash, when it enters the battlefield, choose target creature you control. If damage would be dealt to this creature, prevent that damage and put that many plus and counters on it. Now, if you get this plus Hardened Scales, which means every time you get 1 plus and counter, you would get 2, and then you put it on Walking Ballista, and then have Walking Ballista try to damage itself. For every 1 plus and counter that you take away, you'll get 2 back, and then you just keep going and going and going infinitely until you just wipe someone out with it. So it's actually pretty amazing that they just put an entire 3-card combo in a precon, and the combo doesn't even involve your commander at all, which is a bit weird. But regardless, you can also just put this sort of combo in any single green deck, or any green deck like you see right here, with a commander that focuses on plus one counters. Aragorn and Arwen being a wonderful example here. But you can put Gato and Luzu pretty much any deck that cares about plus encounters. But when you're trying to do a combo like this, why not? Right? Why not? It's also the same as Heliod as well. That was clunky. The editor will clean that up. Thank you very much for the follow, Secret Doves. Pretty sure she doesn't die, but she does quit her pilgrimage. Damn, you quit pilgrimages? You can just do that? It's crazy. Okay. Yeah, these guys are cool. Yeah. When it's just when they enter, choose our creature. If damage will be dealt to that creature this turn. Oh, this turn? Yeah, no, that's kind of crazy. I'm surprised that they I don't know why they said this turn. You know what I mean? Like, they could have simply made this not be an infinite by not having it be like this turn. They could just say, like, you know, when this creature enters, the next time it would take damage, prevent it, and put that many plus encounters on it, right? Like, they could have done that. But they wanted to make a legendary version of, like, whatever Protect Your Commander is. And I mean, I guess they did, but, like, shit, this is pretty strong. Yeah, I haven't seen any of these. Are there more after the initial release? So these are the commander cards only, right? They revealed the commander decks, but not the rest of the set. So we still have a lot more to go through. Like once the set's out. You're so happy to build the cloud decks next month? Yeah. Thinking of Donna, your memory failed me. I'm now a poser. Fake fan. Big fan. All right, next one. Lord Jaska Guido. How do I say this name? All right, I'm trying to like not be racist myself. Chat, you're gonna have to tell me how they say these names because I do not know how to pronounce them. Lord Jaskal Guado, 1 in the white, legendary creature. Spirit Cleric, 2/1 with flying. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, investigate. Ooh, I'll tell you the truth about my son Seymour. Oh, is he dead? Do you... Okay, is this like a Harry Potter moment where they like talk to Seymour's dad in like a portal thing? And then you he tells you about his son being evil? Waiting for the mythic squall. There probably will be one, yeah. Jiskal. Okay. Jiskal. Okay, those are definitely 2 different pronunciations. Guado, like guano, but with a D. Okay, perfect. Guado. Thank you, Kyoro. I was already interested in exploring the other games. But the cards really make me want to go through the whole FF series. Roark, hey, listen, do it up. That's what the point of this crossover is about, at least for the Final Fantasy side. What Mia said, Jiskal. Yes. I'm gonna jam Sephiroth in standard. I can't wait. I bet. He's gonna be sick. Seymour and Yuna are both summoners going on the pilgrimage, right? Yes. Yuna's going on the pilgrimage. Seymour is a summoner who's trying to marry Yuna for political gain. But is he a villain before he dies and doesn't move on? He drops a recording device. Is like, hey, if I'm dead, my son killed me. Does he really? That's so funny. Yeah, fuck that guy. Oh, okay. Damn, that's crazy. He killed his dad. Oh, okay. Seymour is a maester, which is kind of like he's a summoner and spirit religious leader, but not the grand spirit master, summoner, because that's Luna, because she's gonna sacrifice herself. Got it. Okay. All right, chat. Ooh, does this guy matter? Do we care? I mean, like he combos with Tireless Tracker, right? Like make a treasure, sack a treasure, put a counter on Tireless Tracker. This guy does the thing, but like, do we care otherwise? like other commanders that we really care about. I really don't care about investigate. That's fair. I mean, yeah, it's just like this is just like a guy. You know. One of my friends who really into FF told me that FF10 was the same character designer and composer as Kingdom Hearts 1. I knew FF and KS are under Square, but explain why X reminded me of Kingdom Hearts more than even 7. That's fair. Character designer. I mean, yeah, when you look at the clothing on like even the main characters, you can kind of see that they you know, they kind of share a vibe. I'm just trying to see if there's like any commanders that we really care about that would want this guy. And the answer is really no. Oh, Inquisitor Greyfax, that's right. Although even Inquisitor Greyfax doesn't really kind of like make counters on things. And Lannis, the Lannis cards put plus and counters on things when you investigate. But yeah, it's literally just Mariska. It's literally just Mariska. Because she does like plus and counters at the very least. Oh, okay, wait a minute, hold on, I lied. I lied to you, the Scooby-Doo girl does plus and counters. Oh, and Teysa does too, and Tival. Okay, wait, I lied, hold on. What does this guy do? Counters, investigate? Yeah. Yeah, it's like whatever. It's each end step so you can get a lot. It is each end step. It is each end step. Which is really good. It's just the colors wise, it doesn't do a lot. Marnius Calgar. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Estrid. Oh. Beautiful. God, which one do I like more? We'll do that one. Okay. Each end step. Yeah. Alright. So, we looked at Lord Jesco Guado here. At first, we were just like, oh, beginning of like each end step, count on the creature, investigate. Clearly, this goes really, really great. Elliot Vale, it's good to see you, friend. Big ol' heckin' hearts. Clearly, this guy goes really well with Tireless Tracker, just already. But since he's white, we need to have him in a deck that can have Tireless Tracker in it, right? So, first up, in terms of a commander that just goes with him already in his colors, Estrid Peth is already, whenever you sacrifice a clue or a food, Estrid explores. If you get a creature, she gets a plus one counter. Then you get to investigate at the end step. And then if you investigate, if you crack a clue at the end of every single end step, or at least by the end of every single end step, you will be able to investigate again. So you know, it's not infinite, but you can draw up to 4 cards in a turn. Next up, Marnius Calgar. Just in general, a guy that likes it when you produce tokens for whatever freaking reason, draw cards. You can probably find some ways in an Esper deck to get plus and counters or something onto your creatures. Just keep on doing that at least once every turn and you will draw more and more cards. And then lastly, Mariska, Undersea Sooth. I mean, she literally says put plus one counters whenever you draw a second card per turn, right? So, crack a clue, draw a card, put a plus and counter on her, investigate, save some mana, crack 2 clues, investigate, etc., just so on and so forth. So, I mean, this guy just goes straight into all of the clue type decks out there, you know? And honestly, for 2 mana, he's pretty good at it. Like, he curves directly into a Tireless Tracker or a Tireless Provisioner. So, yeah, he's actually kind of pretty good. You just got to be able to put counters on creatures. But I wouldn't put him in a +1/+1 counter deck necessarily, unless you can kind of keep up 2 mana to keep on, you know, investigating every turn. Because he will be a good way to keep on drawing cards, I suppose. So yeah, I don't know, pretty neat. Yeah, now that I think about it, if the whole deck is about putting counters on stuff just because of like breathing, then like I mean I guess you get to investigate every turn, which is not bad. That ain't bad. Map token make it true. I put him in a deck that can also use Academy Manufacture. Oh god, come now. Did we have to mention him? Next card. Oh, well, this is hot. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Protection magic, 1 and a white instant. Put a shield counter on each of up to 3 target creatures. That's amazing. This is really good. No lore needed here. Yuna's also a white mage. Clean lore. I love it. Yeah, this is really good. Summoner white mage. Yeah. This is, I mean, there's nothing. There is not much to see here. We want this on pretty much every creature, every commander that has white. I mean, 2 mana, 3 creatures like indestructible, right? Just right off the bat. That's like really good. That's really good. There is not a dang thing wrong with that. Obviously, parry, the pulverizer, being able to kind of mess around here, and then tracks. You know, plus being able to just straight up proliferate these counters is not bad at all. You really get to protect yourself. I might get this for Cloud and Voja. Just do it. I mean, get this for anything. Honestly, this is really good. If you can pick this up in a collector booster, I would absolutely do this. So big plot point time. It turns out that the pilgrimage is a bit of a crappy ceremony that will never defeat Sin, because the summoners who tries to defeat Sin is forced to create the final Aeon summon, and one of their guardians needs to be transformed into this final Aeon in order to defeat Sin. The spirit inhabiting Sin then latches onto the final Aeon, and over the course of 10 years rebuilds Sin to start the cycle over again. This is what happened to Jessica and Braska. Yuna finds this out when she visits the spirit of the summoner Yunalesca. Okay, her namesake. She was the first to defeat Sin and had to turn the man she loved into the final Aeon in order to do it. Yuna refuses to believe this is the only way and has to defeat Yulishka in 3 stages, each more horrific. Yuna vows to find another way to defeat Sin. Ooh, okay. And I'm sure there's a lot of protection magic cast in order to keep your party alive for all 3 of those damn stages. It really seems like Yuna's like a main character, like almost a main character as much as Tidus, yeah? Damn, okay. You're currently on 7 and you're making people want to, you're being made to jump to want to 10. They're very different games. They're entirely different worlds. It's both Tidus and Yuna's story? Interesting. Okay. That's cool. I mean, that's cool. I like that there's Tidus is a perspective character, Yuna's the main. Got it. Okay. Listen, I like 12, which has like main and perspective characters all over the place. So, yeah, this stream is getting pretty open about spoil. I don't give shit. Nah, listen, this is spoiler territory because I need to know. All right, protection magic. Here we go. This card is just pretty good. You can put this in any deck, I would say, that either wants to mess around with counters, right? Shield counters specifically, or just having different types of counters. Any deck that wants to mess around with shield counters, or only needs a couple of creatures to survive, right? Because shield counters will give you protection from damage or destruction. I'm only up to 3 here with protection magic, so you can't use this as anti-board wipe tech unless you only have like 3 creatures on the board that really matter, right? However, I just realized that you target pause editor. Wow, that's fucked up. Yeah, okay. Well, editor unpause because yeah, cards that target and let you get that card back, like perhaps say Feather the Redeemed, because this says put shield counters on each up to 3 target creatures, so you can target Feather and 2 other creatures and get protection magic back to your hand, which is pretty amazing, right? And then and then cards like Parry the Pulverizer. Again, this is just a card or a deck that wants you to go wide with ability counters, so you can deal a lot more damage. And then finally things like Atraxa, Praetor's Voice. Atraxa is largely the only creature that you care about, but now you can pretend to care about 2 other creatures, and then you can do this at the beginning, like right before your end step, even though you're not, actually countering damage, and then proliferate. So then you get another shield counter, and then proliferate and proliferate and proliferate, and just get more and more shield counters. They're going to keep you and your board protected for long portions of this game. Yeah, protection magic can actually end up doing quite a lot here. I would highly recommend trying to stuff this in as many decks as you can. Oh my god. The end clip. Sometimes the Steam Deck pisses me off because it has like a the Steam Deck has a half press button thing, which I think is awful. There we go. I need to take that off, that button off, and I need to do that now. Alright, I gotta figure out how to do that later, but I need to not do that. That's very annoying. Oh, there's an advanced button. Nope, that's not it. I'll fix it later. Anyway, yeah, you get it. Very Final Fantasy X clothes. Both have big mid-game twists. Oh yeah, you're doing this. First is essentially the Sin of Expedition 33. Oh yeah! I need to play Expedition 33. Alright. Next card. Could copy it. True. Yeah, you could copy protection magic and get it on 3 other creatures, which is fine. I mean, like, it's fine. Alright, we did it. We got through the Tidus deck. That took only 4 hours, chat. It's fine. It's fine. But we went through every new card and then found homes and places for it. So I am perfectly fine with that rate of work, if I'm being completely fair. And then I think, because I mean, let's see, what? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I'm gone Friday. Because I'm thinking like we can try to get through 1 deck a night. I want to take a look at the actual full deck too right now. For those of you on TikTok, you're going to please turn your screen sideways, because that's kind of where I have this. Where the hell did you go? There we go. Okay, sorry. Yes, for those of you on TikTok, please turn your screen sideways so that you can see the full screen view. I don't have the I don't really have it set up right now for you to see it sideways. I'll have that for next time. But yeah, for like the next hour chat, I just want to go over the actual pre-con deck itself. Thank you very much for helping me make all the content up for the looking at individual. Damn, that Band of Progress looks sweet. Wow. You see that? You seeing this chat? That Band of Progress looks amazing. Damn, that's cool. Huh. Okay, anyway. Damn, that's sick. Who let them be so cool? Okay, never mind. You can actually see the cards here. Never mind, I lied. You don't have to turn your phone sideways because I fixed everything. Because I, Kurohitsuki, planned for all of it. Alright. Sin Spawn, one of the boss Sin makes during the game. Yeah, it's like kind of sick as hell. It's like a... I don't even know what I'm looking at. Other than pain. Sin always returns for its spawn. He's a good dad. Alright, so again... gotta go sleep. It's past 3 a.m. for me. Good night. Yo, Ford, thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we'll be going over the we'll go over the Final Fantasy VII deck tomorrow because I want to save the Esper one for last because I like the Esper one the most. So we'll go over the Final Fantasy VII deck tomorrow, and it'll be very much similar to today, where we do breakdown of the individual cards, and then right now we're gonna go over the actual set itself. I'll be here. There's nutty 7 cards. Hell yeah. Tidus is Sin Spawn, and Jecht is a terrible dad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's your fave? Okay, cool. Alright, but let's look at this deck here, actually, because the whole deck list is out. So actually, let's take a second to see what they actually have us trying to play around with. And I mean, personally, it looks to me like they're trying to have us do a lot, if I'm being completely honest with you. So yeah. Tidus, let's go over him again. Green, white, and blue. Green, white, blue, 3/3 human warrior. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter. You may move a counter from target creature you control onto a second creature you control. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. So, with this in mind... we see cards that they're giving us. Altered Ego. This spell can't be countered. You may have this card enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield except it enters with X additional plus encounters on it. I think this card's pretty expensive. I mean, it is green, so it's not like you don't have mana acceleration, right? So this is probably pretty fine, but this is probably a card that you can give up. Aron. I think Aron's really cool. I think Aron's really, really cool. I just don't know if he is needed in this deck specifically, right? Like, in terms of, like, hey, Aron wants to attack and get rid of things. And Tidus is just like, I like counters. That's cool. Aron, I mean... he only needs to exile so many things to be effective. Him getting like a 3-drop out of the way, a 3-power creature out of the way is already really good. He only needs to like do this so many more times to like take away a 5-drop or a 6-drop. So luckily Proliferate's just like so universal where you just get to just, I don't know, toss a counter Aron's way. But I don't think that this should be like the focus of what you're trying to do. I'll get ready to post the biggest spoiler once you get to Farewell. Okay. Bane of Progress. Fantastic card. I'm glad that they have Bane of Progress in here. People need to play Bane of Progress more. Chasm Skulker. Whenever you draw a card... oh. Wow, that's definitely new art for Chasm Skulker. What am I looking at? A crab beast that has something in its belly cage and also grasping something in its arms? I'm very confused. Everything is new art, don't get me wrong. This is just weird. I don't know what I'm looking at. Can you see what you're looking at? Can you see what I'm looking at? Hold on, chat. I see that you actually can't see what I'm looking at. Fix that for you a little bit. Okay, yeah, you can. Yeah, the art's. I mean, art's pretty neat. It's just I don't know what I'm looking at. All right, Chocobo Knights is Chasm Skulker. Whenever you draw a card, plus one counter on this creature when it dies, make a bunch of blue dudes. I don't know how often Chasm Skulker has turned games around in the past like years, ever since it's came out. But I'm kind of like over it. If I'll be honest with you, I don't really care too much for Chasm Skulker anymore. Dusk Shell Crawler. Apparently, I missed this card when I was downloading everything. When this creature enters, put a plus one counter on target creature. Each creature you control with a counter on it has trample. That's good. Oh, no, this is a reprint. This is the 2 mana insect from like Ravnica that gives like counter that gives people counters trample. Okay. Fathom Mage, beautiful art for Fathom Mage. I forgot that Fathom Mage is a human and not an elf. Cool. Counter on it, draw a card. I mean, obviously really good in this deck. Forgotten Ancient. That is pretty. Yes. Yeah. Player casts spells, put counters on this creature at the beginning of your upkeep. Move any number of plus and counters to target creature. The other creature is cool. Gittin Lazu. Generous Patron. Putting counters on other people's cards lets you draw cards, which is pretty cool. Grateful Apparition. This used to, I mean, it's a spirit, deals damage, proliferate. You know, a lot of proliferating going on in this deck. Gyre Sage, evolve, get mana, elf druid, do cool stuff. Are elves like evil in this world? Is that what I'm seeing here? I don't know. They all look kind of culty and evil. Luminous Broodmoth. That's really cool art for Luminous Broodmoth. Huh. That's pretty. That's a pretty card. That is a pretty card. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Lulu. I like. You did mention earlier. It's like having a mana outlet for proliferate is really cool, and I think that's personally my favorite thing about Lulu. But if we are consistently proliferating a ton, it does make people just not attack us, right? Because it's gonna be like, hey, you might attack me, but you're gonna be stunned forever, and that's pretty good, to be honest. Jaskal Guado, you probably do end up getting to investigate every single end step. In all honesty, like you combine like Jaskal with Forgotten Ancients and Chasm Skulker and all this other stuff, you're gonna investigate a lot. The Guardian's really cool. Incubation Druid, another elf looking evil, maybe. Are the elves evil? This guy's great. Rampant Rejuvenator. I didn't really care for this one too much. I always thought that this card was really cool, but like 4 mana, you in this deck you do proliferate a lot. So I think that this will actually be able to get you a lot of basic lands, which come into play untapped, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. But it is 4 mana. It's kind of a lot. Scholar of New Horizons. Wow. Talking about getting a bunch of land by removing counters. Crazy good. I want a good sack outlet to run Rejuvenator. Right, yeah, exactly. Like, I want to be able to go, like, I play this, I put an extra counter on it, I sacrifice it, 3 lands right in, you know what I mean? Like, people will avoid killing this guy pretty easily. And you yourself, like, as a player, you yourself, unless you desperately need those lands, will probably be like, oh, like, I won't block with this 2/2 now, because, like, I think I can make it a 4/4 later. But eventually you put so many plus and counters on this thing where, like, your opponents can't kill it anyway. So it just stays there being, like, a guy that gets blocked by, like, chump blocked by 1/1s, and it never ends up giving you lands. You know? At least that's my, experience with it. I don't really... I guess the Sin Unending Cataclysm is good because it's able to remove things from your opponent's stuff, right? Like, in this pre-con environment where there's probably just a lot of plus and counters flying all around, I think it's actually pretty beneficial to be able to just steal all of them from your entire opponent's plan and just say, like, they're mine now, I'm gonna deal with these, I'm gonna gain that benefit. So it's probably worth keeping only for that reason, but I don't really like. I wouldn't put this in general population. Jester Kingdom, thank you very much for the big old spicy raid. Hope you're having a good time. Heading out for the night, but I'm seated. I'll be seated for Final Fantasy VII deck tomorrow as I plan to build Tifa. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. We're gonna definitely do deep dives into building each of the like full on commanders. So later in spoiler season. So don't you worry. Thank you very much for the bits, Ed Boy. Have a wonderful night. Your boy, Ed Games. Yeah, Sin is interesting. Tireless Tracker. Look at that. Who's that? Who's this girl? Tracking our very random group of random people tirelessly. Who's she? Reselling summits makes it a liability to this pod, correct? Correct. This is also true. Can you remove... Yeah, you have to remove all counters. Yeah. Yeah. From any number of things. Yeah. Sunscorch Regent, that's very different art. I kind of like the original Jamoka Dragon art, but I gotta admit that this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I really can't be mad. I can't be mad at this. Summon Yojimbo. Yeah, in terms of the summons I like, I'm still not the biggest fan of Summon Velafor. Summon Yojimbo. Megasis. I don't like these two. I don't like these two 5-drops. I like this 4-drop. I like this 3-drop. And it looks like these are the only summons. And I do not like these two. I would take these pretty quickly away. And Tomorrow is Tromel is really strong. Like really strong. Waka's great. Walking Ballista. Yuna kind of messes. I'm trying to think, like, do I like Yuna more or Titus? Because, like, Titus is cool. I think before I can, like, really say which one I like more, I think I have to see the rest of the set. In terms of, like, Titus demands a build around. Correct, right. Titus does demand a build around. But, like, the build around's not hard. It is, he does allow you, and I think this is kind of a trap in a lot of ways, but he does allow you as a brand new player to just stuff every single green, white, and blue card that says counters in one single deck and just kind of like generally be happy. I think that newer players will get overwhelmed. Personally, I think that newer players will get overwhelmed with every single trigger that's going on and all the proliferate. I'll have fun. I think experienced Magic players will have a lot of fun being able to just go like, okay, upkeep, proliferate, saga, +1/+1 counter, ability counter, -1/-1, We'll have fun doing that, just like Stella Lee, right? Stella Lee, one of the most powerful precon decks ever made if you're able to be 100% accurate with every trigger. But if not, it's going to be overwhelming and you're going to miss a lot of things. And I think a lot of people are going to miss a lot of things with this. To the point where players will just be like, oh, I could have proliferated that. I don't know. I'm just going to pass. I think that's going to happen a lot. And I think that's... I mean, that's a shame. Like, it is what it is. People will have to learn the game, but I always feel bad when new players feel overwhelmed. And, like, I'm the type of person that wants to point out, it's like, hey, by the way, you know, you can proliferate. You have a Fathom Mage that you can proliferate on. You have a Forgotten Ancient. You have a Generous Patron out. That if you proliferate that stun counter that you place with Lulu over there, not only does that creature stay stunned, but you also draw a card from Generous Patron, and this will also trigger Jasko Gudo, and Rika will give it unblockable, and like, I feel bad that I think newer players will definitely get to just like I'll just miss those triggers, whatever point. And I can't even blame them. There's a lot. But I'm going to Lord Dump one more time to get to Farewell. Okay, yep. I'm just saying, the deck is like cool. I think Yuna is more of a like experienced Magic player. Can like wreck house with this, right? Like I think if someone were to tell me that this is a CDH commander and they already have plans for it, I'd just be like, yeah, no, of course, like why not? Of course, yeah, for sure, definitely, like definitely. In fact, I'm gonna hit up Ian right now and just be like, bro, is this a CDH commander? I'm just gonna hit up Comedian right now. Boom. Because I'd not be surprised personally. This check is very overwhelming for newbies. Yeah, I mean I can't see how it's not. Like personally, in a good and bad way, but whatever. It's that means I need to be there to help them. I mean, Ballista combo decks are dime a dozen. This one's a little rougher than most. Yeah, I mean, there's probably more combos than just like Ballista. The fact that Free from the Real is just kind of like a automatic blippity boopity. It's kind of crazy. Collective Effort, reprint. That looks fun. That's very pretty art. Damning Verdict. Destroy all creatures with no counters on them. Yevon was embodied by eternal, unchanging continuity. Summoner. Those who question the truth, they are traitors. Ah. You're traitoring us. Alright, we're here at Farewell. Stay with me until the end, please. Alright. Hit me up with it. Bam. Massive. Endgame spoilers. Please do not listen to Kuro if only you want to play Final Fantasy X. Alright, here we go. Spoiler time. So you've made it. This card features one of the final sequences in the game, set atop an airship you eventually unlock. This is where Tidus has to say goodbye to Yuna. At this point, Tidus has found out he isn't real. Like, he's his father before him. He, like his father before him, is essentially a dream of the faith, kind of like a summon. The Zanarkand he came from was essentially a shared dream of 1,000 people. What the fuck? The Zanarkand he came from was essentially a shared dream of thousands of people after Zanarkand was destroyed, created to keep the memory of what Zanarkand used to be alive before it was destroyed by Sin. He knew that by defeating Sin, those dreamers who also power the summons would finally be able to rest, and the cycle ended because of the being inhabiting Sin. Yevon, the spirit of the ancient religious leader, can't latch onto a new summon. Then they can't rebuild Sin. Tidus makes the choice to do this without telling the rest of the party. In the scene, Tidus embraces Yuna. As all the Aeons begin to disappear into the fireplace, he too begins to disappear. Yuna misses love for him, and with tears in both her eyes, he jumps into the clouds and disappears, being reunited with the spirits of Aeon and his father. Damn! So he wasn't real the whole... There's so many people in this game who aren't real. Like, did it eventually end up not being a surprise where it's just like, oh man, this guy's not real, and actually this guy's not real, and it turns out this dragon's not real? Like, who? What? Like, and wait, so Wakka's not real then, right? Or no? Yes? No? Yes? Is Wakka real? Waka Flocka? Waka is real? Damn. He knew his homeboy wasn't real? Is different. Elrond was just dead the whole time. Tidus was never real? Waka is unfortunately real. Racism do be the... Waka was dead the entire time, but the spirit of racism clung to a new host, and that was Waka, and it kept him fueled until he got better. Is my headcanon, and I dare you to challenge it. See, their spirits. Tidus is a dream of a dream of a real dream. A dream of thousands of people who were remembering the past of how things used to be before Sin. And then when they figure this out, he's like, I'm gonna break the cycle of Sin. And then he does. And then the people are also powering the summons. Not the summoners, but the summons. Like the actual spirits. So like Shiva's gone. He got rid of Shiva. Not worth it. 1,000 sins upon you for getting rid of Shiva and Bahamut. Who do you think you are? Yep, all the Aeons disappear. Not worth it. Not worth it, I say. Farseek. Promise of loyalty. Aww, look at that. They're swords. You got the staff and the sword and another weird sword and then the blitzball and the knife. That's cute. Listen to my story. This may be our last chance. Is this also right before the end? Damn. Heartbreaking. It's worth watching that cutscene. It's very pretty. I can do that. The blitzball is Wakka's weapon. Is it wait, it's actually just his weapon? That's just like his normal thing? Damn, he's such a jock. He's such a jock, dude. That's crazy. 3 visits. Here's lobby for Forest Car. Oh, yeah, obviously I know what this is. If I give up now, I can't do anything I wanted to, and yet, even if I was with you, I could never forget. Aww. Oh, is this the samurai sword? No. Where's Aaron's sword? The ultimate weapon of the game includes a legendary blitzball and a legendary stuffed animal. Oh yeah, that's right. Where's the stuffed animal? Where's the Mugo? Mugo? Mupo? Mogu? Mogi? Mupo. Dr. Lupo. That thing. An offer you can't refuse? Yo. Wait. Chat, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Sculpted by the spirits. That's Riku? How do I become Titus here? How do I dream? Can I dream and swap places with Titus here? Can I do that? In an Al-Bed diving suit? You mean Yisan Al-Gaib? Lisan Al-Bahed? Does the diving suit filter water so that it's breathable and Titus can now go down for 15 minutes? Or maybe or forever? Tifa's still the biggest FF baddie. Yeah, I get that, but for Final Fantasy X over here, this diving suit's kind of hot. Sounds good, sounds good. How about they kidnap him before he gets separated by Sin? Before he get... Oh, okay, it's a Sin. Okay. I mean, listen, I'm just saying, Yisan Al-Bahed and Titus going down for 10 minutes. That's all I gotta say. Zombies is hot. Destroy evil. Well, that's evil being destroyed. Strawberry System, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome. Destroy evil. Endless detour. Who's that? I'm scared of lightning. Let's rest pretty, please. Oh, does Riku hang out with you the entire time? Is she like a party member? Or is she just like Sid? Does she just like show up and give you an airship? Oh yeah, I've seen this before. I've seen this. I've seen this. I recognize this moment. I got an EDH Gauntlet tournament. I want to construct a Moto. Ooh, nice. Riku comes in like a third of the party of the way through. Thief party member. Okay. This is a good card for this art. Giving all your creatures that +1/+1 encounters on them indestructible and survive a board wipe and draw cards. That's actually really cute. Oh, is this wait, this where's this? When's this happen? Is this the end? Or I imagine it's the beginning because he seems to be screaming and not happily going into the void. This is the beginning. Okay, this is your story. It all begins here. Gotcha. Touch Magic is great. Pull from Tomorrow. Is that his dad? Okay, got it. Yuna's whistle. Is this at the end when Yuna's trying to whistle for Titus and he doesn't show up? Is this where we cry? Yeah. Aww. Not even like a feather, like not even like a bird's feather wing like lands on his shoulder or anything. It's just sad. Damn. Okay, so is this all in 10 and 10-2? Is there any like 10-2 representation here? Like how does 10 end and where does 10-2 go? 10-2? Okay, it's all 10? Damn. Oh, so 10-2 is not represented in this at all, huh? Wow. So what happens in 10-2? Are they doing any cards of 10-2? Bred for the hunt, so I'll breed you for the hunt. Fight rigging? Rigging fights now? I'd never. Although the enchantment edge on fight rigging is very nice with this art. Hardened scales. That's cool. Inexorable. Oh shit, Inexorable Tide's in here? That's cool looking. Is that the Water Dome or is that Sin? Just like we haven't seen anything from Tactics Advance. Oh, I thought... Yeah, like, I know... Well, Tactics Advance, I know, is... Like, I think they just said it's only mainline games. I thought 10-2 would be counted as a mainline game, though. The Soul Ring, there is the wrong art. Really? Huh. Oh, yeah, this is Magicite and Esper stuff. That's like, Step 4? 4? Wherever the clown is from? Okay, yeah, that's the wrong one. Path to Discovery. Oh, Path to Discovery, huh? Nice. Resourceful oh yeah, Resourceful Defense is really good. This is a really good card. Every Smash Brother fighter is a bracket 4 deck. An Epic Gauntlet C with Sweet Player's main can fight Master Hand and CDH deck. Commanders being chosen representing each Smash Brother. And that must be universes within, specifically the Commander Cell to make metaphors. I see. Smash Brothers fighters. Okay. But they're all universes within. Interesting. I think that's Sin attacking Xanarkin and Tide. Gotcha. Alright, and then Together Forever. Is this the Kiss? Is this the Kiss of 87? I thought this other one was the Kiss. Where's the other Kiss? No. Is this Yuna's Decision? Is this right after Yuna's Decision? Underwater Kiss scene, so right after. Just, that's what, okay. Cool. Joker is Sakashima, masked rogue, mono blue. Interesting. Although, oh, I see. That Smash Brother, that Joker. I see what you're saying. Cool. That sounds pretty neat. That sounds pretty cool, Strawberry System. Good luck with that. Yeah, okay, and that's Together Forever. With support, too. Cool. This is pretty neat. This is neat as that. This card right here, Sphere Grid, kind of busted. Kind of crazy that we're just at this point. Wow. Yo, what is that place? That's beautiful. Huh? Wow. Wow. Huh. That's some cool art. That's not the right land, I'm sure. Sure, that's not the right land either. Huh. Yeah, this art's pretty. This art's really pretty, chat. The Dark Aeon Anima. Seymour's mother. Wait, what? Hold on, huh? What is the... Okay, hold on. Explain this. Explain this. The decks themselves are net decked and carefully curated. Oh, yeah, you're talking about your thing. Gotcha. Cool. Seymour's mom becomes a summon. So summons... So what's the difference between a summon and an Aeon? Check this out. I'll have to check it out after stream, Strawberry System. What's the difference between a summon and an Aeon? Yo, holy shit, that's pretty. Wow. Okay, this is the prettiest lands I've ever seen. That's crazy. Aeons is what summons are called in X. In 6, they're called Espers. Okay, so people can become summons. and they're summoned, like summoners summon them. Yeah, I get that they have different names. I'm just wondering. Okay. Okay. So people, for some reason, is that okay? Is it the people from 1,000 years ago, where Tidus is from, who are imagining the old times, who are powering the Aeons, which are what you're summoning? Are those people are the summons? Like, is it all just like those 1,000 people? So therefore, was Seymour's mother from Tidus's time? I say, with Tidus's time. Universes tend to change just a bit of how. Yeah, no, which is fine. Just like but Cities in each game. Yeah, just like Magic. In Magic, you have different planes where the rules are different. I love that. So I'm just trying. Same kind of thing. The people become statues that power the Aeons. Okay. Every Aeon was a person once, and then they become a statue, and they power them, and you like visit them or something, and you can like make them summons or whatever. Okay. Like murals in every temple. Okay. And then praise to them to obtain their power. Okay, I like that. It's kind of like chaotic. Okay. Now, Seymour's mother, is she from Tidus time? Mario's a Boros guy through and through. Unless he's Dr. Mario, but yes. Nope. Okay, I was just wondering. I was just like, this flavor text kind of like surprised me is all. Okay, fair enough. Okay. All right. Well, chat. We're not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do a deck upgrade of this until until the whole set's out. But yeah, this was about what, a 5-hour, 4.5-hour 4-hour deep dive into this one deck, which I think pretty good time, I gotta say. People from the current time can create Aeons, but usually it's through the final Aeon. Interesting. I don't get that part. The final Aeon part. Okay. Alrighty. Well, chat, thank you so very much. So yes, tomorrow I'm gonna let everyone get to sleep. I also need to watch Andor. Okay, so the sooner I can get to that, the sooner I can get to sleep. So I'm gonna end for tonight. Tomorrow we will go over the Final Fantasy VII deck. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. And yeah, that's about it. We're gonna go over the Final Fantasy VII deck tomorrow. It's gonna be similar to today. I'll try to maybe like make things a little bit quicker and all that, but yeah, it's gonna be like, let's go over the unique cards from every set, right, from the whole thing one at a time. Figure out how to like kind of increase them as commanders, or what decks that they can go into, and then we'll just look through the deck really fast. Because I mean, in terms of, I'm not like the biggest like, hey, like here's how to upgrade, without seeing the rest of the set, right? Because especially this set, more than almost every set, right? Like in block upgrades are gonna be huge for all of this. So it will be really weird to say like, oh man, like Tidus is fucking garbage. We want to put all these other sagas in when we don't even see every summon, right? Like we got to see what we got going on there. So we will go over. Maybe I think I might make up like a calendar. I think a calendar might be decent to do. So tomorrow we're gonna go over. Tomorrow the Final Fantasy VII deck, okay, and then Thursday we're gonna go over the Esper deck, because that's the one I'm the most excited for personally, the Final Fantasy XIV deck. And then I am off. I'm not here Friday, but I think like Saturday, the weekend or whatever, we'll go over the Mardu deck. And then that will be done with that. We'll be done going over the precons and the new cards from it. And then we'll be, the next 2 weeks after that, we'll be going over the different just like cards and commanders that come out. And I think we're gonna try to quickly go like determine like, hey, is this a commanderable card or is this just like a really good card in the 99? There's gonna be a lot of soul searching with those because there's gonna be so many cards, just so many cards. But yeah, let's where are we going? Who we going to? We can go to MTG Highness. I don't think I've been able to raid MTG Highness. She doesn't normally stream on Twitch, I don't think. But I'm gonna watch the last 3 episodes of Andor, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the last 3 episodes of Andor, and I'm gonna cry. It's gonna be great. YouTube, I will see you on a flippity flip.